Cup of coffee right here.
Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking Talkin Shit with Eagle, episode 202. I got a super special night ahead for you guys. Smiley and Medically Fit are here to talk some organics, deep organics talk for you guys. Smiley, Medically Fit, how you guys doing tonight?
Fucking doing awesome. Hanging out with you on fucking talking shit with Eagles. Eagle Garden.
Nice, nice.
I'm doing great, man.
Mr. Smiley, how you doing tonight?
Fucking awesome, dude. It was cool seeing everybody today up at the campground. We had the little event here, MedFit. So there's a campground up by Eagle that throws little There's a handful of vendors. It was mainly just camping and some music playing, and it's a cool ass time. So,
Hell yeah.
feeling good. But yeah, man, I'm excited to talk to you, dude. Everybody talks to me about organics and knows I'm turning my head around. Maybe I'll take them serious, but no. God, I mean, as far as like organics go, dude, when I started in organics, I was watching Medically Fit's video on the fucking rundown A to Z of all these fucking top dresses that you could do, and like all this super soil mixes. Shit he was mixing in stuff, and I know things change and techniques change and whatever, man, but I'm just giving you the shout out as far as like fucking you've been doing it for years, dude.
Smiley, here's the one thing that I noticed though. I've been thinking about this. I don't know too many YouTube channels that actually are breaking down what the amendments are doing for you as you're putting them in the soil like I do.
Yeah.
And that's one thing that I think really help people understand is if you're using alfalfa, kelp, bokashi, why are you using it? So me breaking it down over the years and explaining to people why they're using it in their soil, man, that's the one thing I think really helped my channel was giving people that information.
No, most definitely, man. That was like I didn't even use your recipe. I mean, no offense or anything, but I didn't use your recipe, but I used your information that you were putting out about that because all of that was solid fucking info. So yeah, I mean, anybody in chat listening or whatever, if you're curious about what nutrients and what's going on, that's a good resource on a lot of that. No, man. Just to kind of kick off a little conversation here. So I had the discussion with Leighton on the organic takeovers, and we got into a topic that's pretty fucking deep, and it's redox. And you had made a couple videos on that as well, and I know it's a topic that you've kind of brought up in a number of different ways and in conversations. And I just thought it'd be like maybe we could just talk about it on here on air, and maybe somebody in chat's gonna understand it a little better and
well
about nonsense, you know.
So let's kind of pick up. Leighton was talking about EC and pH and soil, and that's kind of where redox starts to happen.
Yeah,
it goes way deeper than that. It actually happens in the mitochondria. Our plants actually make RSO, which is reactive oxidative species. And that's the one thing, like this redox, and a lot of it's really termed as RSO, reactive oxidative species, goes way deeper in this plant. And it's not just about the soil and the root zone, but it's about the whole plant symbiosis with microorganisms. And redox signaling actually affects way more with the plant when it comes to salicylic, jasmonic, ethylene pathways, when it comes to the plant defense mechanism. So it gets really deep on redox and what it does with plants, because as humans, we also use redox in our body and we don't realize it. And as we get older, we don't produce all these redox molecules. And so it's kind of important that what we can do is somehow figure out how to get it back in our bodies. So I've been a part of a company for many years, because I've been a certified personal trainer. It's called ASEA. It's actually a patented living molecule, redox molecule. So I've kind of had to learn more about this redox. And this has taken place years ago that I came across it when I lived in Las Vegas. And now I've talked about it over a year ago to several people in the community, just kind of bringing it up like, hey, what do you guys think about this? And most of them just, oh, whatever, not listening. There's other things more important. Well, come to find out now that this really affects every part of the plant. And it's so interesting how far redox molecule and redox signaling go that, yeah, I'm really excited to see it start to come into light in the cannabis community.
So just to back it up a little bit, so when I was talking with Leighton, and we kind of started at kind of a basic sense, but I just took a few cliff notes and I just wanted to throw those out. You can agree or disagree in any way. I'm just throwing out a baseline to kind of have some understanding of what we're talking about. So
Yep.
in soils, we're common to the term pH, and that is a measure of hydrogen. It's an inverse measure of available hydrogens. This is my understanding, but which is actually a measure of protons. So however your understanding of pH is, if you can think back to chemistry class and what an atom was, there was a basic atom, had protons and neutrons in the center of that, and it had these electrons flying around the outside of that. And that's what made up each molecule that we're talking about, whether it's sulfur, whether it's calcium, whether it's hydrogen. They all just have different numbers of those protons,
the covalent bonds,
electrons, and all that. So when we talk about redox, it's reduction oxidation is the term, and in the measurement of it is EH, and it's a measurement of electrons. So if you can picture, so just kind of in your mind's eye, picture instead of the plant and all the stuff we're thought of with like chlorophyll and all that, but if you can think of it more of like an electrical circuit, and there's movement of these electrons happening through the plant. So and so just to kind of give a little better understanding of that even more, or my kind of light bulb moment with some of that is, it's still that energy source is still originating from the sun, and it's how plants are converting that sunlight energy into usable energy for everything else. And
well,
go ahead.
And that's where a lot of photosynthesis that a lot of people know happens. That's where a lot of the energy cycle happens with photosynthesis, correct?
Yep. And
well,
that's what, yeah.
Yep.
And
Go
that's
ahead.
where it gets deep, right? Like even if you break down the process of photosynthesis, if you look at the individual pieces, there's these different photosystems, and then one of them is, oh man, I scrolled on that, but one of them is part of it is called the electron transfer chain. And exactly what that is talking about is the movement of that electron from the sunlight ray into the plant, and how it's assimilating it into that sugar that we know, photosynthesis makes sugar. But I want you to think of it as photosynthesis makes energy, because that's kind of the difference of that.
So here's a better way. Photosynthesis creates ATP, ADP, NHADP, if that's correct. And what that's doing is the Krebs cycle, the energy cycle for the plant, working with glucose and photosynthesis.
Yep.
And that's where the plant, it uses so much sugars, carbohydrates to produce energy, that it takes energy for it to produce energy. It's pretty interesting.
Well, so just to kind of finish here, just for people's like mind's eye on this too. So oxidation and reduction are kind of like opposite polar ends, just like acid and
Alkaline.
alkalize, or North Pole and South Pole, kind of whatever term works good there. But now I scrolled again. That reaction can go either way, and based on which direction that reaction is happening, it's either taking energy to make that reaction go in one way, or it's using energy or releasing energy. So basically what I'm getting at there is, like, the plant is adding energy through photosynthesis to make the sugar happen.
Reactive, yep.
And then whenever that sugar is used, say by biology down in the soil, it's basically breaking that sugar apart with its enzymes, and that's releasing that energy that the plant stored in that. And that's kind of a basic synopsis of what that movement happens. But like, what Med blew my mind with is how the biophysical happenings of how those signals can be used to trigger different immune responses, how they're used as a safety measure in making different compounds. It's just
well, for years, because redox has kind of been around for a long time. People understood them, but they understood them as a sense as oxidative, and that they were bad because they cause oxidative reactions which can kill and destroy cells. And so a lot of people for a long time, it's like, oh, well, all it's doing is causing more harm. Well, recently is when they started finding out the photosynthetic electron transfer chain that we're talking about with the chlorophyll. That's where a lot of start having sites of where these electrons were leaking from an acceptor side, which was causing amounts of extra, how do I want to say, like a RSO. So yeah, it's like a super radical. It's in a sense, it's a free radical. So when you talk about like antioxidants and free radicals, and as a human, we try to take free or antioxidants, which gets rid of that oxidative state and helps get rid of that dead tissue. We try to take a lot of this. Plants are similar to this. They are looking for something that is similar to that. It's repairing, but it's not damaging it. But like I said before, a lot of times we thought it was damaging, and now we're finding out that it's not, and these plants can actually handle this. So it's really interesting, and a lot of the research that's been out. So yeah, I just, wherever we want to go with this, like, there's just so much information to this.
Yeah, and I don't want it to go like, it's almost got to build, man, like from some kind of a basic understanding of what happens through a lot of that.
I actually, an article I sent you today actually goes through a lot of that and actually breaks it down for the simple understanding. It kind of talks about the introduction, talks about what RSO is, how they work, what they're created from, what was some of it. It talks about it in the mitochondria. It talks about basically like hydrogen peroxide is a great understanding of what redox molecules are, an oxidative reactive species. So go ahead.
Explain, what are you talking about with the hydrogen peroxide?
So hydrogen peroxide is an oxidative.
It's H2O2. So
yeah. So it's the O2 that we're looking for from a reactive oxygen species. That's where a lot of the O2 is coming in. So say you cut yourself, you pour some peroxide on, it's going in there, and you see it kind of foaming up and cleaning everything out. That's what we consider the bad side of like hydrogen peroxide, where it's actually killing the tissue in there and cleaning it up at the same time. Well, now if we use a smaller fragment of hydrogen peroxide, say in a spray bottle with a little bit of water, like a 3%, well, doing that can affect the auxins in our plant, can affect the growth in the root tip. It can affect how our plant works to defend itself. So just hydrogen peroxide itself can have different effects on our plants because of how our plant react to it. If we do it too much, it can kill it. If we do just enough where it's using the enzymes and proteins that it's causing it to be beneficial. So let's go. Let's see. There's some information actually talking about, let me find it real quick. Hydrogen peroxide. Let's see. Is there a screen share on this?
Yeah, some of my understanding of that is
I got you.
The plant can use certain reactions to create hydrogen peroxide in areas that it wants it. So if it's part of how it can control the pH in the root zone, which we always hear about that right on the organic side. Guys are like, oh, I never have to pH. The plant does that.
Should be good, man.
Those are the processes that basically allow that plant to help control or adjust that pH in the rhizosphere. So in certain cases, releasing that hydrogen peroxide is going to protect it or help it or do it at a certain. So the plant can manufacture that. We're not necessarily having to add that.
Is this screen sharing now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So here's kind of a deal where H2O2 comes in, hydrogen peroxide, and it actually affects like the elongation of the root hair, the transition zone. Sometimes our RNA polymerase will change. So the H2O2 is actually affecting a lot more with how our lateral roots are working. So with us talking about like root zone, hydrogen peroxide, we know it can go in there. If we use enough, it's going to kill the biology in the top part of the soil. So that's the higher end of it. Well, if we're not using that much and we reduce the amount that we're using, now it becomes almost beneficial to the plant where we're getting auxin signaling because of redox signaling, where it's changing the hormones in the plant and allowing the plant to actually grow, and in a way it's benefiting the plant and not causing harm. Is that more where I'm understanding, where I can explain it? Let's get in here. See, here's some of the things that the areas that redox actually affect. H2O2, the O2, the RSO is reactive, like I said, reactive oxidative species. And these are the types, and they're mainly hydrogen peroxide and what they're affecting. So it actually helps with seed germination. Using hydrogen peroxide, I use a couple drops, 3% most of the time, and a little bit of water when I'm germinating my seeds. And it's pretty interesting how it's really helping with pollen seed germination.
So it kind of looks like basically we're talking about the gain of oxygen or the loss of hydrogen when we look at water there. Because if we go from H2O to H2O2, it's adding a hydrogen. And then
right.
I know in other processes in the plant, through water hydrolysis, it'll split the water molecule and it'll remove one hydrogen and it'll leave OH minus, and that's kind of the loss of hydrogen that we were talking about. But the plant has the ability to control what those reactions are happening, so it can help. That this is the process that it's controlling the nutrient uptake, it's controlling pH of the rhizosphere, it's controlling basically the EH in that rhizosphere, but it's how nutrients come into the plant, and it's how it signals things out in the plant as well.
Well, let's go back to pH real quick. If you understand plant succession, weeds, lichens, weeds, grass, shrubs, trees. Okay, well, the weeds, grasses all wanted more of a alkaline soil, a bacterial dominant soil, according to Dr. Ingham. So if you're looking at the soil, okay, we know that bacteria is more of an alkaline type of producer for soil. When you get into fungal dominant soils, they're more acidic, where they're just below 7, not so much like 5, but like 6, 7, 6, 8, just a little acidic. So we know that the biology, the fungal bacteria, can control the pH levels around the rhizosphere and in the soil. So that's also going to affect how the plant's signaling down to the rhizosphere on what's going on. So, man, this thing is just so like intertwined in how everything works with each other. It's just amazing about how deep this rabbit hole goes, because literally everything I've found over the years that redoc RSO works with almost every part of the plant when it comes to hormone signaling, auxin signaling, secondary metabolites for self-defense, sending different signals for different uptakes of nutrients. It's just, it goes into iron uptake and cations and a lot of information. Let me see, get this to stop and try to find this article.
Can you see chat, man? There's some.
No, I'm not even on YouTube right now.
Eagle, I don't know if you can see chat or if you're able to land questions, but I do see a couple questions. Yoda Grows was asking if like he's used H2O2 in salt-based nutrient systems, but you're saying you would recommend 1 milliliter per liter top dress for benefits. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Let's see. I used to, well, it just depends, because like if I had a gnat issue, I was trying to get rid of the larvae in the top of my soil, I would do like a 29-30% in my water to kind of help kill the biology, just eat up everything up there, oxidize, just really destroy it. Well, I don't, what he's saying now is you're trying to feed it to the root in the plant. So yeah, you're going to have to figure out what's going to work for you, not destroying the biology, because some of this is still oxidative to some of these, some of the biology. So if
oxidative, just to kind of go back in like biophysics here or whatever you call that, but the oxidative, to my understanding, is absorbing electrons out of the whatever. So it's ending the life of biology, because it's basically zapping all the electrons away that it has to do its normal life functions, and it's tying it up to its own body, so to speak, in a way that.
Well, and oxygen can kill.
Yeah, and that's how it's killing, right? It's basically
right.
Kind of in that electrical sense, it's basically like the off switch for the electrical movement. That's kind of what I was getting at, I guess. I'm just trying to think it through, man, in my head of like, how can, this information is really cool and for botany and understand how plants function and all this shit. But for a lot of the people listening and like a lot of the growers listening, it's like, they got a tent at home, and like, what kind of consideration do you think some of this understanding can, like, how have you applied the knowledge to be a benefit in your garden?
Well, that's where like I've done playing around with this product Acia, these living molecules, and sprayed it on some plants, sprayed it on clones, sprayed it on seedlings that look like they're having some problems coming up, like the expression, like they didn't have enough energy and they needed a little boost. So I did a bunch of different kind of testing on some of just plants around. And sometimes it wasn't what I was looking for. Some of my clones, they ended up dead. They did not help the clones do. But that's
first attempt in learning, right?
Yeah, but that's where I'm trying to figure out more on this learning curve of, okay, if I'm spraying a couple sprays, what is the dosage I'm actually spraying the plants? So that way I can understand the amount I'm using to see if I can either reduce it and it's going to be beneficial, or like some of my plants that are in veg, my seedlings that just look nasty, having a hard time growing, I'd spray it on them. And the next set of leaves and leaves after that, it got healthy. And it, like, everything that it was having problems with the expression in the genes or the epigenetic issues with, from seed germination, all the problems of not having enough energy or whatever it be, that it actually helped the expression of the plant get to that homeostasis it's looking for. And it created the energies that the plants grew out of the issues. When there's some other house plants that, you're kind of wanting to go into flower, it's odd because it's like a phosphor, or how do I say that word? Phosphorylation.
Yeah.
It kind of helps the plants deal better with that and sends the plants more into a flower state where they're starting to produce flowers and flower sites. So it's really interesting that I'm getting a lot of different things that are happening. There's other times, like I've said, where I sprayed my plants in veg and it looks like it's damaged the tissue of the leaves. And it's either burn them or it's caused damage where it's not growing properly, where it's oxidized that growth and it killed it off. And so the leaves kind of started growing funky. So it's really been interesting on what I've seen, just kind of doing some spray samples with plants.
So I guess for me, a couple of things that rang a bell in my head and just out of my experience. So like, maybe this is just the path I was walking down, which kind of tipped the iceberg for me is, so I mixed my own soil, man, and I basically did like modified Coots mix, Cornell mix, whatever you want to call it. I did my own amendments. I did my own aeration, mixed up a soil. Well, I ran it, and my intent was to do multiple cycles with the same pot, which worked for the first one. Great. Soil was beautiful. The second one, nah, maybe. The third round, all kinds of weird, funky fucking problems, right? Well, just in thought process of looking at a sick plant and trying to figure out what's going on, and I don't know, I had harvested around, so I had these pots that I was moving around that were empty, right? And I kind of let them dry up a little bit. They're easier to move around and wet them back down. The worms are okay usually, but anyway, I moved this thing and I kind of just tossed it a little bit and it went thump like a fucking hockey puck. It just hit, you know what I mean? And it dawned on me right that moment, like, holy fuck, compaction's my whole issue. And when I started looking at the need for like not having compaction in there and what's actually going to happen with compaction, all my symptoms started fitting with all that too. But it all kind of fell along this oxidation and reduction line. And the other term that really was used that dawned on me was aerobic or oxidative versus anaerobic or
Lack of oxygen. Yep.
reducing. So now we have like this pH scale, which people have mentioned, well, the pH changes whether the pot's dry or the pot's wet. Well, that's a lot to do with what's happening on the level of or redox or biology, basically, is whether it's dry or wet in the pot. So your moisture content in that pot was pretty fundamental. The other light bulb moment for me was the realization that the biology that's in the soil that we're all concerned about, and as organic growers we always talk about, oh, we got this biology that does all these magical fucking things, but that biology requires an input of energy. So if you're looking at it like that electrical circuit still, it's the engine, right? That's the fucking motor of the RC car that's going to go zing. Well, you got to have a charged battery to make that thing go zing. Well, how do you
Well,
charge the battery? And that's through photosynthesis. So like it basically is that whole line, and we've all heard this too, like a healthy plant builds healthy soil. But that's exactly how it's doing it, is through this process of putting that energy, which are those electrons, into the soil, you know.
well, I don't know if you've ever seen a demonstration of somebody taking a electrical voltmeter to a plant and testing millivolts and actually getting a reading of millivolts off a plant. There's your EC. There's where you're seeing the plant electric conductivity and the, how do I want to say it, like the plant's nervous system in a sense. Like we all have it, even in our bodies, we all have these systems throughout the lymphatic, you know, like humans, the lymphatic, the nervous, where signals are going all the time. If you actually test your body, you would see that your body is producing energy. Same thing with plants. The energy cycle in a plant is actually causing the plant to produce energy throughout the whole plant. So you're getting a conductivity because all the signaling, the uptake and downtake of nutrients and water, and how pressures change within the plant, you know, to uptake different nutrients, or if it needs water in a drought situation, like a lot of different stuff that's really happening with this.
Yeah. And um like oxidative, like, is tying things up as well. So like when we hear about EC and like, oh, this nutrient, you know, you have too much salt, so it's tying this nutrient up. That's
Blocking it out.
that's in
Yeah.
an oxidated state, you know what I mean? So that's basically what you're trying to battle against in that sense, is removing that oxidation. So the plant, when it's battling that, my understanding from all this is the plant is actually working harder. So instead of using its photosynthesis and the energy it's collecting for other functions in the plant, it's having to put it out into the root zone to try to bring that oxidative thing into a homeostasis so that it can actually move the nutrient around like it needs to. And that's what it means when it's tied up, is it's all tied up in that oxygen. So
Well, and here's the thing that all of us really need to comprehend and understand. Everything is literally chemistry that is happening. Some form of chemical signal that's happening, chemical reaction that's causing other chemical reactions in the plant to do different things. And really, that's what this is coming down to, is these reactive oxidative species are causing all these different chemical reactions and signaling through the plant that literally affects the whole plant homeostasis, the balance that the plant tries to bring to itself. So it's really interesting that for years we thought, hey, we can feed the plant. Then we started figuring out, no, it's really the soil biology. And now we're figuring out, well, wait a minute, these plants have a lot more happening within their salicylic, jasmonic, ethylene pathways that are affecting these different growths. And now we're starting to see how redox is tied in with all of it. And so it's really interesting, all this information that's been coming out just in the years that I've been cultivating cannabis. Like, wow, You know, for people like me that want to dive deep into this information, man, that's why I tell you, like when I make my videos, I put out the information enough to make people want to go research it. Like it's not my job to give you the information. It's my job to get you turned on to it, make you want to do the research and go look for it. Like Smiley, I've been sharing all kinds of articles with you since this whole Leighton deal talking about this. And it's like, dude, there's so many articles about this. Like, I'm hoping you're sharing it with Leighton so he can read some of this information and kind of put more two and two together.
I have been throwing it around. I haven't shot him to Leighton yet. I should. So
because I think he'll really like some of this, because I think this is kind of filling in the gaps from the gentleman Olivier Hussein.
Yeah.
Husan. This is kind of filling in more of the gaps and not so much just the soil, but the plant and how redox works within the plant itself.
Yeah. I see Major General asking a question. Is that what you're about to say, Eagle? And so my understanding of this, the Major General, that reaction can take place both ways, but it's all about adding or taking away kind of those electrons. So the reduction actually is an addition of electrons, where the oxidation is actually a removing of electrons. And that's my kind of mental picture of that. So if you're anaerobic, you're actually building these electrons, and that has to do with nitrification and denitrification cycles. So the biology that are typically in an anaerobic state, well, I guess maybe a better way to put it is, in an anaerobic state, there isn't the oxygen to absorb the energy, so that energy is kind of getting built up. And if it gets built up too high, it's actually bad for the plant. That's why, like, if the pot stays wet too long, it's bad for it. But then there's that dry down cycle or those shifts in that. So constantly, the trouble, I know that like Jack Greenstock and the American one and some of these other guys too. I mean, we have these conversations in DMs, and they're not ignorant to some of this information. But the problem that we all have with it is like, okay, so now we have this cool minutia information about how all this shit works, but how do you fucking apply it to the plant? And there's really no way to measure that, you know.
So can you guys see what I'm still sharing on this, the cellular redox signaling transduction?
Yeah.
That's everything you're looking for. Your coupled your oxidation redox and reduction reactions. Basically, this is everything you were asking about. It regulates gene expression, metabolism. Basically, cells maintain redox homeostasis by a powerful complex of antioxidants. This article actually gets into like how pretty much there's several parts of the cell itself that produces this. Operate biological signals that kind of control various development programs based upon the statement. RSO can interact with specific target molecules perceived within the elevation of RSO concentrate, which information into change of gene expression. So this can even get into change in gene expression within your plant.
Yeah, there really is there's no known biological function that's not using this reaction in some form or fashion. No matter what you talk about, there's a movement of that electron either giving or taking, and that's signaling all these things to happen within the cell. So like, you can break it down really deep and go like, okay, so how does water move through a plant, you know, and some of that's really interesting information. I mean, especially like when we talk about transpiration, most guys are talking about that bulk flow of water through the plant. But then we always say, well, there's X amount or percentage of water that gets transpired, but we never talk about the little X percent that's getting used in the plant and how that's being used, because that's the basis of this reaction that we're talking about, where the plant can actually take H2O, and as it's taking it in through the root zone, it can either add an oxygen to it or it can remove a hydrogen from it, and it's constantly doing that to basically balance out whatever it needs. So in the form of nutrients. So I did see another question or a comment in chat, and it's valid comment, and I totally agree. But an ion is an ion, and the plant doesn't care. But that's not exactly true, because there's these negative charged ions and there's these positively charged ions. So like, if you really want to get technical, it's the difference between nitrate and ammonia in the nitrification process. And so nitrate is like NOH minus or NHO minus or whatever. And I'm totally fucking that up. Don't write that down at all. But then like ammonia is and if you look it up, it's a +4 at the end of the thing, whatever the NH whatever, it's a +4, and there's not that oxygen on there. So basically, yeah, the form of nitrogen that you're watering your plant, when we talk about you watered in, salt fertilizer, your nitrogen source is a nitrate, you're really oxidizing that whole root zone. And like what Matt explained earlier, when you're oxidizing, like what happens when you pour hydrogen peroxide in your cut? It stings and it bubbles up, and it's a reaction that's happening. And that's exactly what happens to your biology in your root zone. And that's what they talk about when they say, well, your nitrogen fertilizers kill the biology in the root zone. It's because it's oxidative. So the ion does matter on how that is for the plant. Because
Well,
now the
that's
plant has to balance that in a different way too, where it has to split that water molecule, and it has to balance out that negative. So there's an extra process that has to happen for that plant to uptake that nitrate and use that nitrate in the form of making an amino acid.
well, and that's why a lot of us kind of living soil organic growers talk shit to bottled nutrient cocoa type growers, is because of when we understand the biology that they're destroying using these ingredients. That's why we care so much. It's like, dude, you're really just destroying the biology you're trying to build. That's why we try to talk about getting away from and trying to grow in living soil more than doing hydroponics. But you're never going to change the culture or the mindset of people until you actually teach them and they want to learn. Because people say they want to learn and listen, but until they do apply it, it's a different story. Because you hear a lot of times of growers, hey, I actually made the switch, and man, my whole grow is different since I switched. Yeah, now you're understanding, like, this stuff here, all this stuff that's happening, you're canceling a lot of this from happening out because your plant's not actually having the redox signaling it's supposed to have. It's not having the biology to interact with the biology of the plant to interact. Like, that's where a lot of, I say, the gene expression in the plant, where some growers that can't get the taste to come out, that's some of the issue. It's just not getting that expression of the terpene, the metabolites to come out.
Well, I just want to kind of make a declarative statement, just because I don't think it's very fair to say that just being organic is this form, or just being, because so like urea, for example, is actually totally different, and hydrous ammonia. I'm not sure. I haven't researched companies and bottles and whatever, but most of them, to my understanding, come in a nitrate. And then like CalMag is calcium nitrate, magnesium nitrate. You know what I'm saying? So like a lot of them are in that nitrate form. And then the I don't know why, but I would imagine there are certain ones that are used in different forms of nitrogen. Like, for example, in my understanding, ammonia is more of a feminine side, so to speak, of the nitrogen source, where, so like maybe,
Nitrite.
yeah, but so like what I'm getting at is maybe when you have a veg A and a B, it's more of a nitrate, and when you go to a bloom A and a B, it's more of an ammonia based kind of thing. I don't know if that's true, but I'm just kind of throwing a bone out there to guys that do hydro. Like, maybe these are some understandings you can use when you're looking at, well, what nutrient am I going to run? Well, I don't know what's in it. You know what I mean? Like, some of those things you read a bunch of times and you don't, you know what I mean, or you hear the term for it, the MPK or whatever. That's the real common one too, is the monopotassium, whatever, monopotassium phosphate or whatever it is. But that's kind of the abbreviation for it. Those are your bloom boosters that guys will add commonly. But understanding the reaction, yeah, it's fucking important. I think, I don't know.
It's like reading more of this article. It even gets into talking how redox oxidative reactive oxidative species affect sex, pollen, and the sterility of the male pollen. It talks about how gibberellic acid, GA, and RSO kind of play vital roles in how these plants germinate and grow. And it's just so deep. Talk about some of the key roles in vegetative parts and development. Like, there's so much to understanding with redox that this itself has a ton of information. It's basically getting back into plant physiology and understanding how the plant works. Like that whole lecture series I sent you, Smiley, it's like you're learning that whole lecture series, and that's what redox is about. Like,
Yeah,
there's just so much information to it that because it affects.
That's been connecting a lot of dots for me, because like I hate that. That's the one thing I get frustrated with, is there's like this little nugget of info, and then there's, you know what I mean, a week later you find this other little nugget of info, and then it's like over the accumulation of finding all these little nuggets, things just start to kind of click in your head.
Well, wait.
Those were the light bulb moments that for me were kind of like, oh, so if
Water
running my pot
itself, yeah.
wet, you know what I mean? If I'm running my pot wet, my plant's probably going to be, that nitrification is probably going to be swinging in this direction. Or if my plant dried out, you know what I mean, this may have taken place because I'm going to create a more oxidative role. And it just kind of gives you some understanding of, like, say you see a plant deficiency and your plant, and right away our thoughts like, well, it's deficient, I'm going to add something, right? Well, maybe now your thought might go, well, wait a minute, that kind of makes sense, because 2 days ago the pot was really dry, the plant went to, it didn't really wilt, but man, that thing was fucking really light, and it went longer than it should have. And then it might click in your head, maybe I don't really need to do anything. Maybe I already fixed the problem by getting the pot wet. You know what I'm saying? Like, those were some of the light bulb moments for me. Like, aha, like maybe this is why you saw that other thing happen, or,
Well, okay, so a couple things. We were just talking about nitrate and nitrite. Well, this article I have now pulled up, origins of reactive oxidative species in natural water, gets back into nitrate and nitrite, NO3, NO2. Like,
yeah.
This article gets into more about it being in fresh water and the reactive species, oxidative species within water itself, and how it comes about and what's happening. Talk about the photochemistry. It just gets into so much, and it's just not in the plants and not in the soil. It's in the water too. Like, it's almost a part of everything that life deals with. Like it's so interesting.
Well, this is part of what makes water really amazing is like, I mean, it's got all these magical properties, right? Like it expands when it freezes. It's, you know, and there's just different
Mhm.
parts about it, but a lot of it has to do with that covalent bond, which I guess kind of to break it down, but a covalent bond is a sharing of an electron in those rings. So not to get too complicated with it, but basically that's a sharing of that. So those hydrogens are sharing that. When that plant splits the one hydrogen away to do whatever reaction it wanted to do with the other, that's why the other side is negative. It took that kind of hydrogen or whatever. Like maybe I said that wrong. I said that wrong. The hydrogen went with the other.
Okay, so you know how Leighton was talking about dissolved oxygen, right?
So,
Okay, well, this gets into dissolved organic matter
yeah.
and how it represents the largest pool of reduced carbon in the biosphere. So it gets down to where it's talking about halon ions in the surface water converting to reactive halogen species, which take part in the degradation of organic substances.
Yep. Yeah. So
So,
certain biologies operate, and that was kind of something I understood too, is that they operate in certain ranges of this EH. So if you look at it in aerobic versus anaerobic sense, like nitrogen fixation only kind of happens in a certain range on that scale. And what they're talking about that is that conversion from like nitrate to ammonia, denitrification, I believe, goes the other way. So there's another way of that reaction that's going to happen and take place based on the water. So what Leighton was getting at with dissolved oxygen and why that's really important when you're watering in, if you think of it in that sense, you're creating that anaerobic environment for however long that's saturated, right? You created
yep,
that. But if within that anaerobic environment you have
you're
all
creating
these other
oxygen.
extra oxygen molecules, you've actually watered in like a homeostasis into that, where reactions that need to happen can happen because the energy is available to move to make that happen. It not only needs the electrons, but it needs the oxygen, and it's not just one or the other to look at. It's the interplay between the two, because that's the movement where that electron is moving is what's important for the health of the plant, you know.
Right. And see, this some of it gets into like where it talks about dissolved organic matter, nitrate and nitrite are important photosynthesizers in natural waters, which can generate a series of reactive species, which is talking about OH, O, O2, and O2 negative. Um, it's pretty interesting how they talk about they create different oxygen species to handle other oxygen species as well. It's just really interesting to me, like how do I want to describe it? Me being an electrician, it's like you understand how electric flows, but then when you get in a car, you're taught it flows differently. So AC kind of flows, you know, in a wave, and it goes from positive to negative from the way we understand it. Well, in DC, I was taught the way the energy in a car runs is from the negative to the positive.
Yep.
And so that's what this is like. It's like, wait a minute, I was always taught this, but now I have to relearn this because this is kind of saying that this kind of controls a little bit more of things happening than what I was understanding before. And it's just like so much information to me that literally it's a lot of sorting out and understanding, because most of what we're really trying to do is understand how we can make this work or how it affects our plants to grow.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Like, I don't want to get up and be like, oh, I know all these big words and cool
Yeah.
stuff, and, so back to that, you were talking about an automotive battery, and that might be a pretty good analogy because my brain functions that's my background, right? So my understanding of electronics is all from the automotive world. And even when I recall, like, back in the college days of learning a lot of this stuff from the beginning, there was always electron theory and there was proton theory. And that
Mm-hmm.
is exactly the differences on some of that stuff. Um but yeah, in a different sense, I guess, because here we can have a variable of that conductivity too. Where in a metal, across the copper wire, that conductivity is kind of the same. So that's where the difference comes in. But so when you were talking back to EC, I did have another brain fart about that one. So Leighton mentioned this as electrical conductivity. Olivier Husson speaks of it in a term of called biological conductivity. And what he was relaying there, or kind of my understanding of that, is biological function is what is actually moving that conductivity, because that conductivity is the ability to move those electrons, right? So that
So
biology being there and functioning and doing their life cycles and breaking apart iron and making it available, and all those things are actually where that's that conductivity of that energy that needs to happen. And that was my understanding. So when Olivier said biological conductivity, and then I heard Leighton say EC, it was kind of the click in my brain was like, oh, I fucking get it. The biology is what's driving the conductivity of that circuit. You know what I mean?
well, just think of your body, your skin, for an example. Your skin can be used to conduct electricity. How do we know that? Say you have one of those zappers, the shock, what is that? Little volt deal, if somebody's going to attack you, you can use it on them. So you hit somebody with, what is it, like 80,000 volts, whatever. It doesn't kill them because there's no amperage to it. It's just voltage. Well, if you have something in between your skin and that device, it's not going to work as effective as your skin itself. So because of all of the nerve endings in our skin, it's like the plant having all these different nerve endings throughout the plant. Every chemical reaction causes some type of energy production. And that's where we're getting these readings of electric conductivity across different plant tissue, because everything sends signals through some type of chemical reaction. Same thing in our bodies. So that's how we're getting these measurements and being able to read it in millivolts, because it's not a lot for voltage, but it's detectable. And that's where my understanding, from being an electrician for years, is that's where we're getting the EC and able to kind of get a measurement of it. And why some of it's happening is when these plants are sending the signals throughout it for it to, saying, hey, I need more of this nutrients. Hey, we have a bug attacking us and we need to now start sending some different chemicals through the plant to help defend itself. Like, it's all different signals through the plant. That's why we're all having these different type of signals that are detectable. You guys, to me, EC, the electric conductivity of the plant, is the same thing I can, to me, understand reading through millivolts and seeing the voltage that the plant's producing.
You actually are doing that? You're reading that?
You can. There's ways. I'd have to pull some of it up, but there's ways. And you have to have a meter that reads down in millivolts. Not most meters that you have, they read just in voltage, and they don't read in millivolts.
So There's a couple of questions in chat, and
Okay.
I do want to kind of throw this out. Grose, man, I mean, he's throwing out names of the biology and all that. That's perfect. And in the kind of like the broader scheme of that, in the answer I threw in chat, but one is and one is aerobic, and basically the microorganisms that are fixing the nitrogen operate at a certain level of anaerobic versus aerobic, which is that EH or whatever. So the anaerobic ones, I believe, are what are actually the nitrogen fixing, where the aerobic ones are kind of moving it the other way from what we necessarily.
Well, so that's something I was going to get into. Look at the gas exchange, anaerobic versus aerobic. When there is not enough anaerobic bacteria in the soil, you start to get that sulfur rotten egg smell, because it's no longer breaking things down, but it's now in a gas form and not so much, how do I want to say it, in a soluble form or in a form that the plant can take up.
Well, and it's how the biology functions in the absence of oxygen. They're releasing that gas.
Right.
It's a different it's a different way they're
the reaction to it.
That reaction is causing a release of like methane versus the other way it would cause a release of CO2.
Right.
Kind of how that goes, but so. But that to me was interesting too, because I think I said this with Leighton too, but we'll add azos for, the bacterias and stuff. But then, I mean, our watering schedule will really matter whether that biology can either even do the function it's there to do for us, or what we think it's doing. So watering critical, and proper photosynthesis was critical. And to me, it's kind of like, it kind of goes back to that thing where like the more you learn, the more you learn that you gotta learn. You know what I mean? Like it's just
the more you think you know, the less you really know.
Yeah, and then the more you learn, then the more it makes sense why people would say statements like a healthy plant makes healthy soil, or statements like, if you're feeding your plant nitrogen, it's the biology is not going to be there to do that for you. Well, that was just the explanation for that. You change the oxidation state basically in the soil to where that biology can't function the way that it needs to be. It's not in the right environment to do the job it needs to do.
Well, and it's pretty interesting. Like there's some other things that when we get into redox, that there's some other type of signaling. What was it? Quorum, QOURUM signaling, and then there's another type of signaling that all really kind of work together. Like I was surprised at how much signaling goes on in a plant. Like you have uptake and downtake of nutrients, you have signaling for photosynthesis and energy production, you have signaling for transpiration of the stomata to open and close for oxygen and carbon dioxide exchange. Like there's just so much that goes on in a plant that it's just amazing that how deep the physiology and biology of a plant is, like humans. Like if you really look at how humans function, literally we're just a bunch of microorganisms working together in a symbiotic relationship, and we're just water and all these cells together.
Well,
It's like
in the biophysical sense, we're just a circuit board with moving electrons around.
And that's the same thing like what a plant is all these circuits within this plant that are working and functioning together, and redox affects it all.
Yeah, the understanding of the reaction, I mean, that's kind of where, to me, it gets a little deep on it. It's like, do you need to understand the reaction? No. You know what I mean? Can you grow plants without understanding it? Yeah. Do you run into a problem one day and want to understand why? Yeah. And then you start looking into it. You know what I mean? So
Well, and that's the thing. Like people
have
want to know, hey, I was told I can use hydrogen peroxide to spray as a foliar spray on my plant. I can kind of feed it in my water when I feed my plants. Well, here's the reason why you want to, and we're giving you that information. It's just going down a deeper rabbit hole then. Hey, just spray it on your plants. And that's what I look at. Like a lot of people want to know more of plant physiology, plant botany, how things work, how they function, because they want to know how to grow the best plant possible. So if I'm able to get my plant everything it needs and function in a complete balance and get the best gene expression, that's ultimately what all of us are trying to do. Home growers to big cultivators, that's what we're all trying to do.
So I just want to kind of piggyback on this for peroxide thing. So my understanding of peroxide being oxidative, because I've heard of this done in, I know it's really common for deep water culture or whatever, but so I was listening to John Kemp talk about one, and there was a farm that was like battling fusarium. And their thought on battling the fusarium was kind of along the hydro thought is, well, okay, let's throw H2O2 in there. We'll kill all the fusarium. But what he was saying is that the opposite reaction happened, and they actually caused the fusarium to thrive in doing that process. So what he was getting at there is that oxidizing in the soil actually created the environment for that biology to thrive. So a reducing a plant that's exudates are reducing are actually kind of like fighting away from an area where they're going to be susceptible to that. But in an oxidized root zone, and all the understanding I've seen or research and stuff, it kind of leaves you in a zone where you're more susceptible for root pathogens and for fungal pathogens. Even powdery mildew that you would see up on the leaves is kind of tied to that oxidation state in the root zone, so to speak. So just some thought there about peroxide. I don't know if I've never used it personally. I don't know if that's whatever, if that's the case, but in this case, for that particular story, it had the opposite effect and actually made the pathogen worse. So
Well, and that's where I would kind of understand it as that's one microbiology that likes a highly oxygenated environment, where if it can have oxygen in a form, it's going to just explode make the conditions right where it just explodes with life. Where if it's like bacillus, a strand of bacillus where it's an anaerobe, it can go in there and completely destroy most of the colony.
I guess I kind of saw it dawned on me a little different than that, where so like when you talked about antioxidant and you talked about for our health or our biology, so another way of looking at that too is like oxidation is kind of like the death of that, and then the antioxidant is kind of the life of that. So
right,
when it's really oxidized that way, it puts the right opportunity for a pathogen like a saprophytic, or not saprophyte, but they're actually pathogenic. They feed on the plant, right? Well, when the plant root zone is oxidized, it's actually in a weaker state of health, so to speak. So it's more susceptible for that pathogen to happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. And that's where, how do I say it? Almost like we've talked about plant or organisms, biology, microbiology, organisms that are beneficial that can become parasitic in a sense.
Yeah.
And that to me would be something that can be one of those deals where it's beneficial, but then it's actually parasitic, where it almost becomes where it's too much for the plant. In a sense, okay, like trichoderma for a great example. Small amounts of trichoderma are great for the soil, but too much of it can be detrimental, where trichoderma can eat almost all of the available nutrients in the soil up if they're out of control and nothing to control them. But in the other case where you're using a small amount of trichoderma where the colonies aren't getting out of control and you have other species to help keep the trichoderma in check, then it's beneficial.
Yep.
And that's kind of the same thing with redox.
What's the
oxygen species. What's that?
It's the balance of things. So like if you were just totally ignorant to the fact that, you know, okay, I have this powdery mildew, for example. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we just told you what oxidation state. It's an oxidized root zone that's going to create the environment for that to happen, even though it shows up on the leaf. And we always talk about fucking humidity for all that, right? So if someone said, hey, I got powdery mildew, the first fucking topic we all go to is, well, what's your humidity? What's your temperature and whatever? Where this is actually saying, no, what the fuck's happening down in your root zone? And I think fundamentally we've all realized that before too. It's what the fuck's happening down in the root zone is controlling what the fuck's happening above the plant. You know what I mean? But those kind of realizations were like the light bulb moments for me in this topic. Was like, holy fuck, I can address powdery mildew by trying to address the biology to increase the bioconductivity in the soil. That's going to create a better environment that'll eliminate my fucking issue with powdery mildew. Like that's actual tactical shifts in what you're doing in your feeding or in your way you're fertigating the plant or whatever you're doing to actually address a problem, you know.
See, here's another one, another kind of little diagram on redox, what's happening within the cell and the mitochondria itself, and how much affects when you look at the H2O2 and the O2 and the ROS, that's all occurring. And this is just one cell. And the mitochondria is actually producing and can produce these oxidative species. But look what's happening through all this, through the chloroplast, through your mitochondria, through the cell walls, how there's an exchange. There's that NADPH energy cycle that's happening with O2. There's your cation channels in, your K out. So it's affecting a lot. Look at that protein oxidization, lipid what's that? I can't even. Pre-oxidization and then DNA damage. That, yeah, the redox can cause DNA damage to plants. And that's one thing we need to understand, that if we use too much, it could literally kill our plants, you know, using too much hydrogen peroxide or like a living molecule of redox. But it's really interesting seeing a lot of these little graphs, little pictures, kind of to help better understand, wow, there's a lot going on in just that cell. And that's not talking the pathways of the plant or the other ways it's affecting the plant.
Yeah, and it affects it in concentration levels too. So some of the ways, like we've heard of osmosis before, right? And osmosis,
right,
kind of one of the ways water moves through a plant. It goes through the plant cells in a basic sense, right? Well, that osmosis actually takes place through different concentration levels. So if sugar is concentrated in one, it's always trying to balance that throughout the cells so that exchange can happen as a form of trying to balance that equation. But that's just part of the way it's moving shit through the plant, you know. Not trying to get deep into
No, and that's what it's saying. Basically, is redox is basically helping the homeostasis of the plant, and that's what it's supposed to. How do I want to say it? Like the same thing with the jasmonic, ethylene, and salicylic pathways. It's just not metabolite pathways, but it's also helping bring the homeostasis to the plant, especially if the plant's being attacked. How can we fight off things that are attacking us, but not destroy ourselves?
Yeah. So, like in the sense of not trying to hammer on this, but it's what I understand the best. But like in the sense of a nitrate, that plant would have to split more water molecules to convert that. So it's going from that minus to a positive, and it's doing that. It's robbing the energy to make that into ammonia, which has to happen before nitrogen synthesis can happen. So now the plant is going to use 4 times the amount of water that it would if it was absorbing that ammonia. And that was kind of interesting too, in effect, like, that could affect your watering and all that too, what form of nitrogen. But the real kicker for me on some of that was when we started talking about amino acids. So a lot of us understand amino acids in the form of, like, Harley Smith talking about them, and the L chain amino acids, and man, it triggers 1,000 times the uptake of calcium and all these things. But what kind of dawned on me a little bit there is that the biology can make these amino acids as well, and the biology is really, like, when we talk about the plant giving out root exudates to get the the microbes to mine the minerals, what I mean? Like, that's what, in a transitional sense, trying to relate all this information, that's what we're talking about, is the plant is putting out those sugars, which is that energy source, or those electrons, that the biology is using that energy to mine those minerals in its normal life process. So it's kind of like that biology uses it uses calcium to make its own cells. You know what I'm saying? It uses all these things, nitrogen, to do its own processes. And in the release of that, it's forming these microbial metabolites, or the biofilms that they release. Well, those biofilms are available for that plant to take up when it wants. And that's where we're talking about in organics, where the plant can feed as it wants to, because it has these biofilms. But the important part about the biofilm versus like a normal nutrient mix or a hydrotype mix is that those biofilms are actually in a form of amino acids and other compounds that that plant can readily uptake. So now what happened when the plant can uptake an amino acid is it just skipped a whole line of its processing within itself, to where it can use that energy now to make different terpenoids, different flavonoids, different secondary metabolites, because its primary metabolites are being handled by the biology, so that it has enough energy to make secondary metabolites. And that's kind of my basic understanding of where the possible difference might lie, where people are like, well, to the plant, the nutrients are all the same, right? I give it night NP and K, and your biology, your top dressing your NP and K, and it's just taking a little longer to process, where I can make adjustments on the fly. But what I'm kind of hinting at is there's a little deeper difference to that than just what we take at the surface,
And there is, because a plant is trying to create homeostasis, a balance within itself. And for it to do that, it has to have different micro and macronutrients, and just not nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. It's going to need boron, it's going to need lead, it's going to need arsenic, it's going to need these toxic heavy metals to actually function properly. And a lot of people are like, what are you talking about? No, honestly, these plants need these to function, to create certain functions within a plant. And it doesn't have to be a lot. Like you might, most people are like, what do you mean? You're saying it needs heavy metals? It needs boron. It needs arsenic to function for certain plant functions to happen. It might be micrograms or micromilligrams of these trace nutrients, but they still need them to actually create certain functions to happen within the plant, just like you as a human. If you're drinking soda all day long, you're not quite getting a good water source. You're getting all this sugar in. Well, you're going to start getting dehydrated, but you think you're drinking water, or a liquid. Well, you're not getting hydrated. It's kind of similar. You have to still take in water, even though you're drinking other fluids. Your body needs all these different nutrients to actually function properly. Plants are the same.
In a basic sense, med too, isn't that why some drinks can make you more like diuretic, where you're like thirsty? So if you drank salt water, you're getting more thirsty every time. Well, it's having that opposite effect where you've actually caused your body to have to need more water to drink. You know what I'm saying? And
sugar, water, soda, coffee, teas, diuretics.
Yep.
They make you more thirsty, dehydrated at times than actually hydrating you. Yes. So.
And so like apple cider vinegar. This was another one that kind of rang in my head. So people drink that, like Eagle does this all the time, which grosses me out. But you can drink for health benefits, right? It's an antioxidant. Right. Well, what is that doing? Well, it's bringing fresh electrons into your system. Like when people take shots of it or whatever, and they're like, oh man, it energizes me. Well, fuck yeah, it actually did. Like, you know what I mean? Like it actually fucking did. Like it brought electrons into your fucking system. Like it actually did. That's why too, like if you look at what an easy battery to make would be, like vinegar and like baking soda.
Orange juice.
Yeah, you know what I mean? You basically have your acid and you have your base, and it's going to move electrons from the acid over to that base or whatever. It's kind of the same. They're not directly tied, but they do affect each other, EH and pH, the redox, oxidation, and acidic and alkalinity, but they're just perceived on a different scale. If that's I don't know. It's an X and a Y axis, basically, is what it is.
Yes.
If you just look at pH, we're just looking at the Y axis, and we're trying to figure out how that's going to graph out in our curve. Well, to really grasp what's happening in that curve, you need the X and the Y axis of that graph, And that's what it's adding. It's adding that depth to the understanding of what's going on.
And that's where, to me, like trying to explain everything that redox signaling, redox molecules, redox is, it's just so in depth that trying to get it to understand for the normal home grower to understand what we're talking about, it's kind of difficult at times to break it down to simple terms because how much it affects the plant. It's like saying, hey, you can live on without drinking water, but you're only going to live so long. You can live without this redox signaling, but you're only going to live so long. Why? Because it actually helps your body stay in balance. It helps.
I don't think that's putting it right though, Meta. I think it's happening whether we realize it or not. It's responsible for every biological function that's going on in our brain and our body.
Now you're getting it. Now you're getting it. Yeah.
Basis of all signaling within the plant. It's how It's how we move nutrients through our body. It's how plants do. It's how biology in the soil does. It's like it's yeah, like Olivier said, there's not a biological function on the planet that we don't know of that we can't associate this oxidation reaction to.
See, and some of this article that I have right here, it talks a little bit about how AHA directly controls autoplastic pH, which affects different enzymatic mechanisms within a plant cell wall. And so, like, that's how deep this is going with pH, EH, how it affects different parts of the plant to have different biological functions to happen throughout the rest of the plant. It's just so, it's like, this is your lungs. You take in oxygen, oxygen gets spread out through the rest of your bodies into your cell. You know what I'm saying? It's so hard to just label this as like one thing, but it's its own entity of a plant. And that's what really it is. It's its own system that really affects every other system in the plant.
Yeah. So back to the idea of like powdery mildew. I don't know how true this is as far as like how the pathogen functions or any of that, but in thought of that soil being in an oxidative state, the plant's going to be trying to balance that. And maybe it's just a matter of like, it's always trying to bring it into that balance that it needs, because that's how things have to operate. So if it's in oxidative state, the plant's constantly trying to reduce that. And one of the light bulb things I touched on earlier is that photosynthesis is where that energy is actually happening. So photosynthesis is a reducing reaction to my understanding of that.
So here, let's
oscillating electrons is basically what it's doing.
let's look at it like this, Smiley. Let's call it oxidative stress, because that's a true name. When a plant has this oxidation going, it's oxidative stress that's happening, stressing the plant out, killing cells, damaging the plant, the DNA, damaging tissue, damaging the biology in the root zone. Where the reactive side of it is now we're healing, repairing, bring it back to the balance it's supposed to be to function properly.
Well, so that's true in a certain sense, because if you become too reduced, it's bad. And if you become too oxidized, it's bad. So
kind of like if you're too wet,
one or the
too
other,
moist.
it's a matter of this yin and yang of the two, because it's how the plant's functioning, and it's not whether the plant's going to uptake only ammonia or only nitrate. The plant's constantly taking up both, and it's in this rate, in this ebb and flow of life. So like kind of where this got really important for soil structure, just kind of back to the compacted soil, what dawned on me with that soil structure is that when you look at Albrecht's system, and I don't have a cool up post of this, but Albrecht is the guy that studied the base saturation that we've heard guys talking about soil tests now. Well, that base saturation is basically talking about those clay colloids that are part of the sand, silt, and clay in the soil. Clay typically has that negative charge, so it's going to hold cations. Clay has a lot to do with your cation exchange rate. It's the ability of that to hold that cation. So now if you have a higher cation exchange rate in the soil, it means you have more of those negative kind of ions or clay particles to hold a lot of these cations, which is like calcium. I'm not even going to try to list it. I'd fuck it up, but they're basically the positive charged ions. The anions are like the negative whatever ones. But
if you look at this picture I have pulled up, look at how the cations are working. External sources pulling in functioning through the cell wall plasma membrane, coming out, creating what? O2, H2O2, and look at the exchange.
Yeah, it's exchanging negatives for positives, positives for negatives. I think it matters less just to understand like the individual formulas. That's great information just because it solidifies it, but just as a broader kind of layman's understanding of it, it's exchanging these electrons and
And
protons.
this is what we've been talking about. RSO, reactive oxidative species, pH, and cation uptake.
Is that calcium, isn't that?
Yep.
Ca
The
plus.
Ca.
So Ca+2, and that's kind of, so this might be over some people say, I don't know, but how depth you got into like nutrient uptake. But if you've gone through like teaming with nutrients, for example, is a great.
Right.
But Jeff Lowenfels talks about how that cation, that Ca+2, the plant is exchanging the two negatives to offset that positive so that it can bring that in. So it's always the plant's shifting that balance to accomplish the work that it wants. And it yeah, it's deep because it's like it's dealing with thermal stuff, it's dealing with magnetic stuff, it's dealing with a lot of it, but kind of my brain kind of goes to that electric flow of it and under trying to
Well,
sense.
okay, so looking down here, when we're looking at this, when it's talking about the relationships, look at this. This is like a sine wave, electrical sine wave for AC, especially if you were on a three-phase. It's real similar. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at the electric,
That's frequency.
the frequency of how plants are working with this relationship. Like, it's really interesting.
Mm-hmm. Oh, now Eagle's gonna pop in. We said frequency. He's like, I told you, frequency's at the bottom of everything.
It is, honestly, everything is a frequency. Everything, light, sound, water, everything's a frequency. And people don't understand that it's different frequencies that, like, how we see different light waves and hear different sound frequencies. It's so deep.
Yeah, so what I was getting at though with that soil structure and what Albrecht, I don't think kind of came to this conclusion, but he understood enough about I mean, he's the one that brought that balance to light of like how much calcium is parked on them cation exchange spots. And that's what that base saturation is talking about in the soil test, is how much, each individual one of them cations is going to give you a parts per million, or it's going to give you a percentage in there. And there's these green zones that they kind of want to see that in. And the reason a lot of that has to do with that conductivity and that ability for those exchanges to happen properly in the soil. And the structure of that soil and those clay colloids being able to function. So when Leighton was talking about how biology will get in there and it'll make the clay colloids where they're like individual discs. So if you can picture them like frisbees, they would lay flat on each other because of their polarity. They'll have a positive kind of negative thing, and they'll lay flat on each other. Where the biology, when it builds the aggregate, it's getting in there and it's actually making that, if you were to look at it structurally, it's going to make it stand this way and then stand this way, and it would look more like a brick structure versus
Right.
all of them laying flat, and that's compaction or whatever. But that ability for that to stand that up, if you can think in your mind's eye that aggregate on a micro scale is going to have the ability to have anaerobic and aerobic zones all the way through it, whether you're watering it or whether it's kind of drying out or whatever stage that pot is in. So like when we were looking at that as far as like watering, there can be a dramatic shift in that if you're trying to measure the millivolts from when you watered it and it's in a really saturated state to when it's in a really dry state. And that's where some of the unreliable information. So even if you're measuring the millivolts, they're not exactly always usable information because they change so rapidly, and that stuff can happen so rapidly based on whether it's anaerobic or aerobic in that zone. But what happens, so we've talked to people understand buffering a little. I mean, you've heard the term, whether you understand it or not, but heard the term buffering, and we talk about that in the sense of pH, and we're going to buffer the pH. And a lot of times people think of that as the, going more alkaline in the pH or whatever. But buffering is actually kind of controlling the swings from high to low in that pH. And in EH, that term is called poising. So when we have really good aggregate structure, it allows water to infiltrate through with the amount of air that it needs so that the biology can do what it needs, but it's actually buffering the swings from anaerobic to aerobic. So it's kind of has that poising effect or buffering effect on that reaction. Damn straight, we did a dab hit. And you don't have to share your screen. I don't know if you still were or whatever.
Oh yeah, I'm letting most of the people in the audience kind of read this information so they can read some of it for themselves and see that I'm just not talking like out the side of my ass. Like there's a lot of information about this. Like this one's talking about cell expansion and the final size of like leaf size and the cells of leaves, and how basically the final size of the organ is controlled by these reactive oxygenated species homeostasis, as modulated by certain enzymes. And so it's really interesting to see how much this is it's affecting leaf cell size, leaf size, root zone, auxin, cytokines, it's the GA, gibberellic acid. Like, wow, man, this is really affecting a whole lot of this plant. And that's the one thing that I really am trying to get more people to understand. And that's why, when you reach out to me, it's like, yeah, dude, man, there's so much to this that I really want people to understand that it really is part of the plant, and it's more than just the soil, and it's like it's its own entity of the plant, like the endocannabinoid system of you. That's kind of what it is. It reminds me of, like, nobody knew about it, and then all of a sudden, we have an endocannabinoid system, and it works like our lymphatic system, and along with our lymphatic system and nervous system. And it brings a homeostasis, a balance to every part of our body. That's what this redoc is like for the plant. It's like its endocannabinoid system. It really functions and works with every part of the plant. It's so deep, so deep.
So yeah, man, that was I guess the bird's eye view on it. Honestly, it's not a topic that we're gonna be able to convey in a. I mean, this has taken me months, man. Like I've been digging on this for months and months, and like Med said, he was digging on it for a year. You know what I mean? And it's kind of just one of them rabbit holes that does take you a little further. But what's the takeaway? Where's the understanding of that? I mean, even to, like,
so for the human. So let's talk about this real quick.
Yeah.
The ASEA, the patented redoc living molecule supplement that I distribute, there's a lot of science behind it and the information behind it that as humans we're consuming this. We're now drinking 2 to 4 ounces of this product a day. It's helping our body. I'll live share this, but it's helping our body repair, and it's acting like an antioxidant, pulling out free radicals out of our body and helping our body heal. So there are athletes in the UFC. There are triathletes that take this. Gentleman's named Rich Roll. They run several triathlons a year that actually drink and take the supplement as part of their regimen for recovery. So it's really interesting that once upon a time, how we thought it's to be so destructive, now we're actually taking it and using it to heal and repair our bodies. So now we're seeing it. You're muted, Smiley.
I was gonna say, when you're the fitness guy, but when your muscles fatigue and they burn, that burning is actually
Lactate acid buildup.
acid oxidizing, right? Like it's,
Yeah.
I don't know. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of some of those things translate into so much where you're like, huh, that fucking makes sense why it burns. It's fucking oxidized. Like,
And that's where, like, this is so interesting how far across, like, from plants to humans and animals, how much redox molecules work through living systems.
yeah, so no, I'm reading chat. American One says, so how does one ensure your plant has the best redox going on? Knowing about it doesn't help the plant at all. Action of some sort is needed. So,
Well, the plant itself actually controls that. It keeps itself in balance. It produces these reactive oxygen species throughout the cells itself. Tao, if you go into our chat that we have, there's a lot more information I've shared recently since the last time you were in there. And it's the same information I've shared with you, Smiley, and kind of what I've been sharing live screen. A lot of this article really talks about it. So you might be able to find that information in that.
well, I guess so. To answer your question there, American One, that's kind of what I've been racking my brain around, right? So now we're talking about this thing in soil that we can't even fucking measure, and we're supposed to understand how it's supposed to work for it, right? Well, and that's kind of why I was breaking down the soil structure in the aggregate, because for one, that poisoning is going to be really important because you're not going to get as big as swings when you're watering the media or if you're fertigating it. You're not gonna, it's gonna poise that swing during that cycle. The plant will be able, the soil will be able to uptake all this stuff with oxygen, all that. But the photosynthesis is driving that. So now when you think of, okay, I have a soil that's oxidized, right? It's, and if you start thinking in the sense of, well, what's it lacking when it's oxidized? It's lacking those electrons. It needs energy built into it. So maybe an approach would be, okay, maybe now's a good time to throw a good cover crop in there and understand the effects of what's that cover crop doing. Well, it's more photosynthesis happening. It's putting more energy into the soil. What's it going to do? It's going to start to reduce that oxidized soil. It's going to work in the direction that you want to go in. So I guess for my best in the recollection or how I'm using the information is in light of something like that, where I'm going, okay, I see these signs. I know that I'm probably in this kind of an area because I'm seeing these signs. Now, what are some things I can do to correct that? And what I just laid out there with a potential scenario where you would want to maybe add a cover crop, well, that might be a whole different direction than whatever deficiency you saw in the plant and whatever top dressing you were going to add, right? Because that's what we all do, is we add to the system. When we see something wrong, we just add more shit. Well, now instead of adding more shit, maybe you do think along that line of like, well, hold on, if this, so like iron is a really great one, I think, too. So if iron is lacking, it's in the wrong oxidation state. It's not lacking in the soil, it's not lacking anywhere else. It's just strictly in the wrong oxidation state. So
And
now,
here's what's this article talks about iron and how it can turn off or on the regulation of iron uptake with this redox signaling. So it's really interesting that it goes that deep that it can change the regulation or uptake of different nutrients.
Yeah. Well, iron was one example. What is iron? It's Fe positive 3, and I want to say manganese, not magnesium. Manganese was another one, and manganese has like a really high plus charge. So like when it comes to oxidation or reduction, like iron and manganese were kind of the first ones to get affected by that. They were kind of the more responsive. So like if in a case of an iron one, you would probably be more in an oxidated state where you would want to go in that direction of reducing, you know?
So basically, Tal, this article even states right here, the exact nature of RSO or ROS signaling network largely remains a mystery. Like they still don't understand this. Even though we're going down and trying to explain this, it's still not fully understood in the scientific plant botany physiology world.
Yeah. But does it make sense what I'm saying? I mean, some of the ways we can apply the understanding of it, like, you know, I guess I was actually gonna light on this, and it's a topic I understand it, but I don't dive into it too much. But like cocoa growers and Eagle, maybe you can touch on this, but the idea of like continuing to, like always having that media saturated, well, what's that doing? It's trying to reduce it. Well, what is a lot of your fertilizer that you're mixing with the water is oxidative. You know what I mean? So it kind of makes sense that you would want to try to have it kind of saturated with more reduced.
Well, that's why I like the cocoa. Mine, the chunky cocoa, is that's the constantly pushing the oxygen through my medium there. Is that it's not necessarily saturated all the time, but I get to water every day and push fresh oxygen through my soil, or my cocoa, I should say. I don't want to insult you, soil guys. But to push it through the medium to get fresh oxygen through my roots every day and not necessarily be in a stagnant state, almost like soil would be, where it's sitting in for like a week or so without the fresh oxygen supply. That's kind of what I'm thinking when I use the chunky cocoa. It's that heavy aeration and me constantly pushing new oxygen to the root zone.
Yeah.
Well, and that's,
I'm true. I'm here listening. I'm just trimming while you guys listening and learning while you guys are blowing my brain with what you guys are laying down. So
I don't know how much business it is,
I'm
but like not any.
I'm
It's not
present though.
anything we all got our head around, right? Like that's kind of why I wanted to have it in too, because this isn't a conversation that I could get up here and just be like, "This is all the info I know about it." Like Med has a different understanding. He's been down the rabbit hole further than I have, so like some of the stuff I'm kind of like bouncing off him just to get a head nod. Like, yeah, that's the right direction. You know what I mean? Like, am I thinking about this right? Am I not? Or
well, and that's the thing. Like, there's just so much of this coming out with understanding how it works within plants is still recently new for the cultivation world. Like, I've known about this and tried to find a lot of information, but there's still a lot of new research coming out about this because it's still recently new in the horticultural world. Like, it goes back to some of the stuff I'm finding is like early 2000s, but anything in the 80s, there's a tiny bit, like it's just only, like I'm saying, like in the 2000s really that this has been a real topic for people to research. And the information that's coming out over the years, there's just more and more. And that's why I'm like, dude, it just goes down a rabbit hole. And there's so much information to this that you could read for months on this and try to understand it. But it affects so much of plant growth and gene expression and cell expression and energy, and that you really, for a home grower to want to know this, it's just because you want to know it.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
only because you want to know it.
True.
If I'm a home grower and I just want to grow and I don't care about all the science and information, you don't need to know this. You don't need to understand this. Nope, not at all. You can still grow without ever knowing anything about redox.
And growing things that don't make sense with it.
And still grow great, wonderful, beautiful flowers.
Yep.
You know, you can. You don't need to know this science and this information we're sharing.
No.
But we're sharing it because it's information that growers that really want to know how the plant works, how it functions, how to get the best product we can. This is just some information for us to try to understand. How can we make it work into our everyday grow? We're still trying to figure that out.
Yep.
I have a product that I'm trying to work with in my grow room that is an actual patented living redox molecule. So I am able to work with it more than anybody else. Can you purchase this? Yes, you can find this on Amazon. You can find distributors like me that distribute, but that's if that's what you want to do and try. A lot of us are like, hey, this is a new product coming out. Let's do some testing and see what we can find with it. Some people are like, oh, I'll let everybody else figure it out. Well, which one are you? That's kind of what this is. It's still a learning curve. Still a lot of information.
Yeah. And a lot of it, it's the basis of a lot of the chemical reactions that are happening. It's the base of a lot of this. That's why it's like, okay, now we got to talk nitrate and ammonia and all these different terms and whatever. But it's just kind of, the broader understanding of what all that is, and what's all going on. One other thing too in this that kind of caught my attention was, I forget who, I don't even know who to give the credit to on this. It might be that Glenn Ravenberg from one of the soil structure talks he did on Future Cannabis Project. But the comment was made how sulfur is actually like what can store energy in that system. So one of the functions of sulfur in that soil structure or matrix is kind of like the capacitor, so to speak, where it can absorb electrons and release electrons in different ways, but it can store them was kind of the important part he was making about that. So.
Well, and that's the thing. Like plants literally need sulfur to function. Like there are some, like down to earth, langbonite is high in sulfur, but I can actually get a sulfur amendment to put in my soil as well to help with some of that. So I can understand, like it working in that sense. Yeah. Because the plant does need sulfur to make certain hormonal functions happen. If it doesn't happen, it's not happening.
Yeah.
Weird.
Well, an American one, you just made a great point. Sulfur is the beginning of all nutrient uptake, from what you understand. And that's probably a statement you heard. But in light of understanding the electrical movement, like the movement of the electrons in that light of looking at it, if sulfur is the capacitor, so to speak, of that circuit, that's kind of where the energy is going to be coming from or moving to and in and out of and facilitated with. So that balance is the key, though, I think, is what the takeaway might be from a lot of this, is that you don't really want it to be too oxidative. You don't really want it to be too reduced. And you know what I mean, just trying to balance that out. Is
Well, you were showing a graph when you were talking with Leighton, and it was kind of that balance of the oxidative and reactive, the alkaline and acidic, where it was your XY axis that you're talking about, where it's kind of shooting for a certain point in that balance of you don't want it too alkaline, but you don't want it too acidic. You don't want too much oxygen, but you don't want it too anaerobic. And it's like the balance.
so Eagle, can you let me in on my phone, and then you'd have to allow me to screen share, but I have that graph he was talking about on my phone. I can bring that up.
Yeah, because that was pretty interesting seeing that, because that also was talking about your EH/pH balance. And that's what you're kind of been trying to get at most of the night on where that falls into play with some of the soil, plant.
See if I can allow sharing on this minute.
Okay.
Maybe you did. Or maybe you got to bop off first.
Okay, let's do
Yeah,
that.
I think that's what it is.
Yep. Go ahead.
There it is. That one. Yeah. That isn't going to help. Anyway, I'll zoom in here a minute. So, wait, if I zoom out, so the basic of this is on the bottom there is your pH, and on the side going up is your EH, that's your millivolts or whatever. So, keep going on the wrong fucking screen. So if I zoom in on this, where the favorable conditions are, if you look there, it's, I mean, what are the pHs that we're always after? I mean, if
Slightly acidic, 6 to 7.
yeah, I mean, if you look
Down to 5.5, for hydro growers. Yeah.
right in the middle there, shit, wrong screen. So if I scroll this over, I mean, where's ideal on your EH? It's right in the middle there too. You know what I'm saying? So like, you don't want it to be too reduced. You don't want it to be too oxidized. It's kind of that idea. But on this chart, I thought it was pretty cool because you can look at where your mineral toxicities happen, where
Deficiencies occur.
where diseases occur. So these are some of the understandings that these guys are pulling out of this. So like at a high-end commercial level, I mean, probably the guy that comes to mind is Scott-Ola Granola, right? So Scott-Ola is a guy that he's a consultant. He's controversial because he's pretty blatant about what he says. You know what I mean? And people take that how they want. Food's the same way. They're both pretty controversial when they stand up. They say it. You know what I mean? And what Scott a lot of times talks about is shit that falls on this scale right here. So when he's looking at diagnosing what's going on in this facility, why are they having these fungi? Why are they having botrytis? Why are they having, this iron deficiency or whatever? These are some of the thoughts that are coming into his mind, along with what's the biology doing. But what the biology is doing is where he's falling on this scale. You know what I mean? So it's kind of all chicken and an egg thing. But if you have understanding, you can use all those tools to kind of go, well, maybe I need to go more in this direction versus this direction. And I'm going to get my plants a lot healthier if I start moving in that direction. You know what I mean?
Yep. And that's where, like, when it was showing the redoc and it was talking about different pH and calcium uptakes, like right there's your chart that's going to help understand that.
Yeah. So yeah, man, I don't know. I think we confused everybody enough.
Nah, I think it's pretty understanding. Like, everybody that's here listening pretty well is here for the understanding of a greater knowledge. And I think that they can, from what you and I are both kind of going back and discussing and sharing, that they can grasp most of the information and then decipher, what they understand it, yep, how they see it.
That's kind of the way I saw it too, is like, just like, you had a different perspective on it. I had a little different perspective on it. Somebody in the audience, Groze, you're making comments too, man. I see that. Like, you're gonna hear this information, and like, you might have an aha. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I always call is that aha moment where it's like, well, fuck, that just made sense. You know what I mean? Like, that just clicked. Like, I get
Well,
it.
for me, like for years, I have always used hydrogen peroxide to germinate my seeds. And now with this information of how the ROS and the gibberellic acid from the hydrogen peroxide kind of work together, from the gibberellic acid from the seed kind of work together, and how it helps to germinate and get the seed, the taproot coming out and the elongation. And it's really interesting to be like, well, that's why I had such great germination success rate. That's why, instead of doing it in towels when I always soaked my seeds first, I always had a better germination rate than just doing it in a towel, in a wet paper towel. Because why? Wet paper towel, I never used the hydrogen peroxide, which I used in my water. So that was the difference. And that's why, okay, I always kind of stayed with that method, and I always tried to understand why. And now I'm getting a better understanding, because at first my understanding was like, oh, well, I need a sterile environment for my seeds to germinate, that there's nothing attacking it as it's trying to germinate. And that's what the hydrogen peroxide was doing. And it does, but it also gives it that ROS species to help the germination.
So ROS, I was thinking, was an antioxidant, I guess.
But it's that, see, that's what's so weird, because it let me find, there's some, it
Well, I
really
think
goes
what it
into
is it's enabling the ability for that reaction to happen somewhat. I guess that's my basic understanding, is that it needs energy for those reactions to happen, depending on where that's going. So if you're oxidizing is taking the energy to make it go that direction. Wait, I said that wrong. I'm gonna fuck it up, man. I'm smoking a joint.
that's all right. Let's see. What is this? Trying to find another article kind of discussing more so people can have an understanding of.
Probably if we could tag some of these, I don't know, Eagle, if that's something that we can do. I don't know if there's a link, or share the link. They can grab it as they want. That'd probably be an article. But
You should be able to drop them in chat if you've got them. Copy and paste them in the YouTube chat. Because you'll wrench.
The garden was looking nice, man. I've seen a few of the recent videos you were posting. Dude, they're looking fucking tight.
Yeah, thanks, man. Like, I'm pretty.
Super soil.
Yeah, still do super soil. That's kind of how I really get my soil inoculated. I haven't gotten over to the living soil part of it yet, where I'm not destroying the soil, because like I said in one of my videos I did years ago, talking about the differences between organics, living organics, and no-till. Like, every time I pull my root ball out, I'm just completely tilling it. I don't care if it's in a 25-gallon pot. I'm just still tilling it. I'm causing it to have a different bacteria. I'm trying to remember the name, but it basically eats up the carbon in the soil. And that's what happens when you till, and that's why we get a lot of compaction. So
Oxidation.
Yeah, oxidation. So that's why, like, I just do super soil right now till I get everything. I've talked to Tyler. I'm trying to figure out what size beds I want to do in my room. But right now I'm just running smart pots and staying with super soil and doing my teas that I feed, and then the sugar water, simple sugar waters that I feed them.
You're gonna build a bed? Is that what I just heard?
Yeah, I've talked to Tyler because at first I had a tent, a 5x5 tent, so we were going to do a 4x4 bed. But now I have 2 grow rooms that I'm working with, one for veg, one's for flower. That I want to do one in half the room and still be able to still do pots in part of the room. That way, like if I'm running just doing a pheno hunt, I could run smaller sizes all at one time and kind of sort through. Where if I want to do like a bigger bed, I want to do like big plants, not like little 1 gallons. Like what I have in my room now are 10-gallon pots, and those are big plants to most people. I'm used to running 25, 35-gallon pots in my flower rooms. So yeah, that's kind of the size I'm used to running.
Blow an O-ring out moving them bitches around, man.
Oh, well, you don't call me medically fit for a reason. Like, I'm pretty fit. I've been a power lifter, strength trainer, all of that for many years. And so moving those pots around, I definitely wait till they're dry and not just watered.
Yeah, right. No,
Right?
figure that out real quick. Like,
Yes.
Tomorrow to move this fucker.
Hey, we're moving this stuff in a couple days when it's really dry and it's like air and not just like, oh my God.
Yeah. Hey, if you are looking at building a bed, or anybody in chat, I want to do it. I just didn't have the space or the logistics, so to speak, of doing it. But Leighton has a podcast he did with Shango Lowe's.
Yep, I know Shangalos.
Yeah, they go really in depth into the soil structure thing, where he lays out actual percentages that you want to mix in those different horizons. But he goes through that horizon story really awesome on Shango's show. And if you're building a bed, I think it would at least be worth considering that style, because I don't know, man, there's a lot about it that makes sense. And there's a lot about it that makes sense to me, and especially in that moisture control and how that water moves through the different horizons,
That's the thing. Because I've noticed it even in my smart pots. Water doesn't get to certain points in the pot. Even though I think I'm watering it, I still have some dry zones in my pot that water's not getting to. Why? Because the way it channels and runs off.
Yep.
And no matter how much I water it, unless I do something to penetrate to get to that area, it's still not going to reach that area. And I know that about living beds. That's a big issue that you have to really watch with the moisture content. Like you will have some areas that are really dry that aren't getting water that are supposed to be.
And that's where Leighton was talking that function of, like, it was the AE, OE, and A.
The blue mat.
I said that wrong. Yeah, there's the organic layer, then there's the A layer underneath it, and then there's the bedrock. He kind of suggested those 3 layers. But the layer that's underneath that organic one, what he really stressed there was that ability for that to both
Drain.
wick moisture and drain moisture, but it was all about maintaining the right moisture level in the organic layer by having the ability of that A layer underneath it to exchange that moisture with the organic layer, so to speak. So if you oversaturated it, the horizon, the A horizon can accept water really fast, but then as it dries out on the organic, it'll take it back in, it'll wick it back to it.
So here's something kind of like what you're discussing. I've learned over the years. Growing in pots, I never had a container at the bottom for years. I just let the water run off, seep away. And then I was like, wait a minute. My plants still want water. My pots are still drying out really quick. What's going on? So I started putting catch trays under some of my pots. And my catch tray would fill up full of water because it was just running through so quickly. So I let my plants sit in that. Half hour, come back, gone. all the water absorbed.
Yep.
Okay, my pots were really dry. The plants really were looking for water, and they took all that water and they took it up, and it moistened and hydrated everything like it needed it. So I started learning that my runoff I really needed to catch because the plant will, or the pot will take it up and use it. But if it's too much, within like a half an hour, if it's still sitting there, I know it was overwatered and I need to remove it.
Yeah.
So that's kind of learned how to work with my hydration on some of my pots. But it's just, over years, you got to kind of learn your growing technique and making sure you're getting the right moisture.
I was to say, Eagle does that. I think with his, even with the cocoa, he has a little bit of runoff, and he looks for it to draw back up and in. I think he's mentioned that.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely do.
How long do you
layer of chunky? Go ahead, man.
I was just going to ask, how long do you let the water sit before, like, if the water's there for an hour, do you dump it out and know your plant's taking it up, or do you just wait till the plant kind of?
I let it sit there for a few hours, but it usually, it will suck it up within 3 or 4 hours tops. Because it's so aerated, it kind of goes through and then sucks it back up with a little bit of roots that pass through that chunky layer there, kind of sop up what's left there. I've kind of gotten to know that sweet spot. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's like me. That's what I was saying.
In my 10 gallons there,
Mm-hmm.
if I could see through the little holes there, let me turn my camera on real quick. If I could see through the little holes in my 10-gallon pots that my cocoa isn't, like a darker brown. If it is a darker brown, 2 pitchers. If it's like a lighter, if I've waited too long and it's starting to get a little bit lighter, three pitchers. She's good. You know what I mean? I can tell by that little square in the bottom of the pot what she needs.
See, in mine, I know if it hasn't taken, because I got 2 different types of watering, one for the veg room, one for the flower room. I haven't been able to find a longer hose or an adapter to make a longer hose yet. So my watering for my veg comes out of a 55-gallon drum, and it's on a pump. So I can't control sometimes the amount that each one's getting, as where my flower room, I have a bucket that I dip like a big 1-gallon container, and I know that it's 1 gallon of water that I'm dumping on my plant. So I can
When
control.
I did that MedFit,
Yeah.
you know what I did when I did a similar system, because I used to use, I've got a 15-gallon reservoir here that I mix up at a time, and I used to use a transfer pump. And back in the day when I used the transfer pump, I did the same thing. I filled up a vessel, what I knew was my 3 pitchers, and I counted 1, 2, 3 until I hit that line, and then I knew how many seconds it took me to achieve that. So as I was reaching out, I knew basically, the same amount.
Kind of learn
if
the
I was
measurement.
counting correctly.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, like, so I'll feed the gallon deal, and when it fills up the pot, if it's not sucked up within a half an hour, I know that the plant has too much water and I need to get it out of the pot because it won't take anything up, and it'll just sit in a thing of water for days until it kind of starts using the water. Because it really lets me know how much the plant's using. Like, if it takes it all up, I know the plant needed it. It's been the 2-3 days. Okay. If it's sitting and it's not taking it up, I know that my plant's no longer wanting water right now, so I don't need to water as much. And especially in harvest time, that's when I know my plant's pretty well coming to finish because it's not taking up water anymore.
I run a little bit of weird of a cocoa system with the chunky cocoa that I use, because I reuse my old cocoa and then I add new cocoa every run. So in the bottom of my 10 gallons, I'll put like 2 to 3 inches of that chunky cocoa, and then I'll put a fine layer of cocoa, then another layer chunky, and I repeat that up. So I get like a nice layer of roots through the chunky cocoa, but the aeration in between is just enough to not ever let it be completely saturated, if you will.
Right. And that's so growing houseplants. When I first started getting houseplants, I'd take my pot, I would get lava rock or different rock, small pea gravel, whatever, and put in the bottom and put my soil and then my plant and let the roots grow down. And the reason was always to let the water drain from the soil. That way the soil never really stayed wet. It never sat in water. And I always understood that because growing up in Iowa, you always had different levels. You had your bedrock, you had kind of like clay, you had different topsoils that had rocks through it. So it was always understanding that it was the aeration is what those rocks were for. It allowed more air and water to get through things instead of being compacted where water couldn't penetrate. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sorry if you were talking about not paying
Oh, no, Eagle. I was talking to him, but he's on mute.
I was typing. Yeah.
He looks frozen, actually.
He might be, man. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, that's okay.
Talking with chat because there was some good questions. So, all right, medically fit. Have you ever heard of a Soma sip?
Yeah, sip container. Yep.
So yeah, Soma sip is basically they have Soma style beds that they sell at Build a Soil, but it's basically the concept of it is rocks in a tray, and then you set your pot or your bed on those rocks that are in the tray, and then you water that tray or those rocks, and that's the Soma style sip that I was
Then
talking about.
the plant pulls up what it needs, wicks it up.
Yeah, they've been doing them
Yeah.
since like 2008, 9. I don't know. There's some info back on it if you want to.
Yeah, I've seen some different growers do different styles of sip containers over the years. One of them was Organic. Oh God, I can't even say his name right now. I'm stoned, and it's also 1 o'clock in the morning. Anyhow, he did a bunch of micro sip containers. God, I can't even remember his name. I could even see it. We call him CO, Cannabis Organic. There you go. He did a bunch of micro sip containers where he was actually having net pots and then kind of like a DWC setup, but he was also injecting oxygen into the root zone down where the water was. So that's how. So he was getting a huge root ball in a micro container doing this. And it was a really nice setup. Like I really thought it was a great idea of what he was doing. Like I didn't see anybody else introducing oxygen down into that root zone area. So it was splashing up and kind of helping hit some of the roots. So as it was wicking, it was, kind of doing that way instead of it having to pull it up itself.
Yeah, no shit.
It was really interesting.
It is, man. It's so fucking wild how many different styles, like to think you can grow it in a fucking fish aquarium or you can, you know what I'm saying? Like just this, I've seen people post pictures on Instagram where they a seed must have fell out of their car or whatever and fucking was growing out of the crack in their driveway. You know what I mean? It was in his backyard or something. He let it go. It was a big ass fucking plant, like 4 foot tall, out of the fucking crack in a sidewalk. Like what?
We were walking our dogs down to the lake just south of us, and literally on the sandy beach, because it's pretty deserty here. We don't get a lot of rain. We haven't had rain in almost 20 days now. That's how desert area of Colorado I live in. But this little seedling was probably like 3 or 4 inches that was just growing up, like somebody had a bag seed and threw it out and it just came up. And it was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to try to watch it over the time. See, it never made it. it just was too dry. But to watch it try to come up with, just sand for a medium,
Yeah.
it was doing it. It was surviving for several weeks till it was just too hot, too dry, and it never got watered and it died off.
Yeah. So, one thing that I guess kind of was hitting on my head too about some of this stuff with like soil structure, trying to flip this, whatever. But so one of the things I did change with like, because I mix my own soil, like the Cornell mix is the basic peat, aeration, compost, right? The 3-3-3. Coots mix is kind of certain specific aeration, certain compost. And Coot will even say that's where he got it, the Cornell mix or whatever. But so I did kind of the same thing. But then when I started like looking at, some of the discussion on like what we were talking about tonight, like clay colloids and different minerals have different electrical charges to them. And the idea that it's sand, silt, or clay is only based on particle size. It's not based on what fucking mineral makes that up, right? So basically you could have sand that's high calcium, you could have sand that's, what I'm saying, like you could have
Right.
all different things in the different sizes. So that was another mind fuck too, looking at like trying to go down a whole new rabbit hole of like, whoa.
Well, wait a minute. Let's talk about some information I'm still trying to get that I just came across doing some more research since this topic's been brought back up about redox. And I don't know how new this is, but I've been in touch with Matthew Gates, Sink Angel, trying to see if he can pull up some more articles that I can't because I don't have certain access to websites for like academia websites, shit like that he may. But there's some information about bacteria communicating with each other.
Yeah.
And actually being able to signal and talk to each other. And like, okay, what is this information? What is this signaling that they're doing? Is it talking about what kind of nutrients it needs and it needs to go hunt and find? Or is it communicating back and forth with each other on like, hey, how do I want to describe it? Like different diverse colonies, and soil diversity that are just like, hey, we're here, but we're not doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? But we're kind of here. And these are here, hey, we're nitrate fixing bacteria, and we're going to help kind of pull, some nitrate and change it to nitrogen. And so I wonder if they, what I'm saying, like communicating, okay, well, we're going to be here and we're going to help pull some phosphorus. Like,
Yeah.
what is the information these?
Well, it could be that communication could be the movement of nutrient though. So like when we think of communication, like us talking, communicating, right?
Right.
Or but it's actually the exchange of information. And that was another thing that fucking blew my mind too, Med, was I don't know if you caught the discussion between Kevin Jodry and Breeder Steve on the Future Cannabis Project. But they were talking really specifically about altitudes. And they grow in Colombia, and I believe both of them kind of knew the area well. And there's really, geographical changes at altitude that take place in Colombia, so it can add some trickiness, just like Northern California or other places, but Colorado, whatever. But that altitude was like, we talk about different UV lights that the plant will hit, but them guys talked about it as different communication the plant got from the sun. And that was like just kind of rang in my head when you were saying biology is communicating with itself, but that communication is happening in different ways than what we know, right? So I mean, they could be communicating those by moving those electrons around through those signals, that ROS or whatever, but the sun is communicating through the wavelength that it's fucking hitting the leaf at. You know what I mean? Like it's
well, and it might be The altitude might be the different oxygen species, the reactive oxygen species that are happening, because as you get higher in altitude, you have less oxygen in my mind, you know what I'm saying? And maybe it's how it affects the plant through that, through photosynthesis, you know, maybe it, who knows? Like that's a information to kind of,
Those are new mind fucks for sure, man. Like,
right?
so
Like,
crazy trying to figure shit like that out. But I'm sure guys are doing it because it's applicable, though. It's applicable to what they're doing. Like when we start talking about terroir, those are the communications through that biology, what that biology communicated to that plant that was in their soil, that was in the seed when they popped the seed in that soil, what light that communicated to the plant, and how that all played into the finish of it. It's like,
oh,
what?
so remember I
I don't
was,
mean to beat this drum again,
Yeah.
real quick, man. I
yeah,
don't mean to beat this drum again, but we already know the plants are communicating both above and below the ground through frequency. I think the transfer is just being done through bacteria, microbes, and fungi is the highway in itself. But the communication, I need this and I need that, is totally through frequency above and below the soil. That's all I
well,
wanted to say.
yeah, there's a lot of documentation of plants actually not just root zone letting other plants know that they're being attacked by pests, but chemically through the air letting other plants know as well. So yeah,
No,
Yeah,
they
I mean
I was
that's
just gonna say that that chart you showed the frequency of those signalings that were happening through that
right.
oxidation reduction that's going on. I don't know if you can picture that, but that was actually a frequency sine wave that it was. So fucked up,
you
man.
know. One other thing I want to chime in when I'm popped in here real quick is, we talked about a little bit of, you guys are talking about how redox can change the polarity of the molecules. But, we kind of touched on that a little bit when we were talking about with Twisted there in his theories on magnetizing the water there, putting the magnets in the water. We figured we were talking about basically if we could face them all in the right direction, and while we were spinning the water through the magnets there, maybe changing the polarity of the molecules that way, charging them positively, charging them before we even threw it into the water, was how we were discussing it that day. But I don't know. It's a
I think they
theory,
would have.
just a theory.
Well, I think in the idea of like structuring water, like everybody kind of throws that out the window, but there are some anomalies about water that we can't fucking explain, and there's some truth to that. So, you
Well,
know,
who's that scientist in Japan that did the speaking like positive words over water and freezing it and negative words over water and freezing it, and watching that when you spoke love and happy and joy over it, it actually formed different formations, but when you spoke negative things like hate and kill and murder, it was all distorted. So you got to see the difference even in the emotion, the frequency of emotion that we can create in water.
well, that's
Right now in Silicon Valley, I don't mean to butt in. It's my last time I'm butting in.
no,
In
go ahead.
Silicon Valley right now, they're actually experimenting with being able to put memory to water. They know that they can actually store memory in crystals, but now they know they can actually store information in water molecules as well, and that may be the next memory storage rage right there. There, what can be done with what we've got on this earth. We're far, far from understanding. But I think we're just on that cusp of just really understanding. And I've said this before. This beautiful plant drives us that way. A lot of us would have never picked up these books and looked in these directions if it wouldn't have been for the cultivation of this plant. That, that's all.
No.
That's all I'm saying on that.
And that's what drove me to want to know more is like, I want to know about this plant that I'm growing as my medicine. I want to know more about it. Like, how does it grow? How can I get it to grow better than when I'm, when I first started? Like, I wanted that information. And yeah, so it made me seek more and more knowledge, and it still is today. Like, look at this rabbit hole of redox we're now talking and going down. Like, there's still more information coming out that it's just enjoyable to really be able to learn about this plant even now. Like, there's so much information. I don't think I'm in my lifetime going to be able to learn all of this information.
Oh, not even, not even. But it's awesome to know that we got guys like you and Smiley out there trying to stay a step ahead and understand it so you can relay it back to us. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's just
Well,
fun.
well, to me, like when I first got into the YouTube community, there wasn't a lot of people really putting out information. And it was like nobody wanted to share information. They were too scared to. And it was like, wait a minute. If we're actually in medical states, how are people supposed to know how to grow that it could only grow medically? And it was like people started wanting information, and more people were like, okay, let's put it out there. And so that's where YouTube really took off for the what I consider the WeTube community, is when people really started putting information out. That's when people were really on YouTube hunting for that information, and it just kept growing and growing. When like I've been on YouTube for a long time, and when Kevin finally came to YouTube, it was like, oh my God, there's so much more information this dude's putting out. Like, holy cow, I didn't hear this 5, 6 years ago. Nobody was talking this information. When Bubble Man and Hash Church came around, it was like, oh my God, these guys are talking whole different topics than what these YouTubes are talking about growing. They're talking about cannabinoids and information on that. Like, holy shit. Like, it's just been a whole journey listening to how much this has grown and the information that's come out over the years.
So about the magnets, I do want to say one quick thing. There was something I heard today that kind of fucking, it was in that lecture series you sent me, Med. The guy was talking about how the covalent bond in the H2O of water, there's like a stronger, there's a polarity to it where there's like one of the hydrogens was more strongly bonded to the oxygen than the other hydrogen, and there was like some form of a polarity to that too. And I don't got my head around it enough, but as far as like magnets go, it's not going to change it from a negative ion to a positive like that, so to speak. I think it's going to more have a magnetic effect as far as arranging those atoms in such a way, you know what I'm saying? There's got to be some kind of an effect that that magnet would have on that electric field as it passes through. You know, we know that that happens when they, you know, so that'd be my take on maybe the advocating use of magnets based off anecdotal evidence.
Well, let's look at this, okay? You've heard them now doing therapy, brain treatment for people with bipolar disorder, or what do I want to say, a mental disorder, where they're actually going in and putting magnets around their brain to different polarities to help bring a balance back into like their mental state. It's pretty interesting.
So like they're gonna wear a hat the rest of the time and fucking.
No, you only go in so often to get this magnet. I'd have to pull more of it up because I don't know a lot about it. Only enough that, kind of what it is. And it's really interesting that it's a treatment for people to actually go that have mental disorders or even like bipolarism.
And I guess one other thing before I like camera off, search term it again. As far as H2O2,
Yeah.
I've heard, and again, without, getting myself into trouble without making any claims here and being somewhat vague, but leaving a trail for them to search for, is I've heard the research in the H2O2 in regards to the big Z word it having a lot of effect there. People actually using that product to fight off that C word as well. I don't know in the human body, taking it in small doses, but that's for to each his own research. But pretty crazy stuff. And one other thing is, American One wanted to know if H2O2 was just found in the plant or if it was found in nature. Or
Well, the plant, from my understanding, it looks like the plant actually creates ROS species that are similar to hydrogen peroxide within itself, within the cell, the mitochondria, and the cell itself. From the information that I shared, Tal. Other than that, that's all I can tell you about it right now.
Yeah, I would say the H2O2 is found in nature, but only in certain spots. And in what we basically, the science that we're talking about is revealing that there's different concentrations that the plant can produce within its cells and within itself, as well as the OH minus and freeing up a hydrogen. So like I think the easy way to think of it, Tao, is like there's either the gain of an oxygen or there's the loss of a hydrogen on water. So when the plant's outside of like transpiration and the normal bulk flow that goes through a plant, these are other functions that the plant does with water. So that's kind of, it's either going to add oxygen or it's going to remove that hydrogen to make the scenario it needs. If that helps, hopefully. So yeah, it'll make it in the cell.
What it was talking also about losing bonds too is how some of these species came about. I'd have to pull the article up to actually cite it, but Tal, a lot of this information should be in those articles that I shared, kind of discussing these questions. Everything that you've asked so far, I believe that I've read in some of this. I just don't have it right in front of me to tell you exactly which one.
Yeah, Tao, go do your own homework.
Yeah, Tal, come on, man. Like, that's what we give you the information to do your own research for, right?
Yeah, we could just talk about it a little bit. We don't understand it all. But yeah, I don't think H2O2 is going to appear anywhere in nature because of its reactive ability.
Reactive,
You know?
yeah.
So yeah, I mean, once the plant makes it, but it doesn't last. It's like I guess the kind of the one area that might cover some of this, there's something called quantum agriculture that kind of talks in terms of some of this. And
Well, some of those papers also cite how the plant learned to manage the toxicity of the ROS species within itself. So it kind of is really interesting what the plant had to learn and do over time to be able to have this. It's how do I want to? It's kind of weird, kind of like what is it? The eukaryote, the plant or the cell that has the cell DNA mitochondria living in it, how it kind of adapted and lived, in the cell. To me, that's kind of what it seems like with this. It kind of learned how to adapt using these species within the plant itself for different biological functions.
I've got a question for you guys. I've heard you guys talk about, the H2O2 tonight in this talk about germinating seeds and such, in regards with this redox. If I'm adding it to my cloner, I know I'm adding it for antifungal purposes, but does it have any regards to redox in my oxycloner? Is it helping kick my clones along?
It should be, from what it's stating, with helping root growth and auxin and the elongation of roots. It does talk about how these RSO species help with that.
Yeah, Tao made it a good point, and it's something that we've kind of forgot, but that hydrogen peroxide or the superoxide that the plant makes is how it's interacting with those endophyte bacteria biology. So there was a discussion on that a little while back, and I forget the guy's name. That's kind of like been the guy studying this, but that's also new information of like plants eating biology. So they basically take in the bacteria through their root tip, and then that superoxide is used to remove the bacterial cell, and then the plant gains nitrogen from it, and it gains other nitrogen, but the biology gains from it too, because without a cell wall, it can replicate itself at a really fast rate. So the biology is constantly increasing through this process too. And then when the plant robs all the nitrogen from it, it spews them back out, and they form a new cell wall, and they fucking go do their thing. And I don't know, but that's part of that process of that. So it's kind of a sick fucking thing in itself too. Is the endophytic bacteria. But
And that's one thing, like, for years, all of us were talking about mycorrhizal bacteria and how beneficial it is, but we forgot the endophytic bacteria and fungi that are really just as beneficial as the mycorrhiza. And so it's like, it's still a learning process. We're all still learning all this information because it's people like Matthew Gates that kind of come out and, oh, hey, I'm a part of this world, you know, but I want to be a part of this horticultural cannabis world and help you guys. And so all that knowledge that he's brought over kind of helped open the doors for a lot of us to understand, like, pest management, pest management, and pest integration management using, different instead of chemicals, but using predator bugs and different essential oils on our plants to help fight different pathogens and bugs off. But it's things like that, like, oh, I didn't understand some of that, and now I do. And it's like the same thing here. It's like we're discussing this. Now people are starting to understand it a little bit more on how this is functioning and making plants work.
yeah, I don't know. The more I read about it, and the more I learn about it, the more you just see it all over the place. And like, I actually went back and started listening to Teaming with Nutrients again, just to kind of hear certain chapters of that where he talks about the nutrient uptake. And now that I've kind of like put my head down this rabbit hole, it's like I jump back over to that book now, and it's like I hear it in a whole different perspective, and it's like, holy fuck, you know what I mean? It's like this whole different book now. I'm learning all this different shit from it. It's pretty crazy how that is too.
Well, it's interesting because it's, even though we've read something once or twice, after we've learned and gained more knowledge and we go back and reread some of it, we pick up a little bit more information. Stuff that we didn't understand the first time that now we understand. So I will go back and redo a lot of, or rewatch and re-listen to a lot of old lectures and paperwork that I have and go through some of that. And oh yeah, I forgot about this. Oh yeah, now I understand how this is working because of this function. Okay, so it's going back, to me, has always been one of the things that a lot of people forget to do.
Yeah. Yeah, because that'll be the other thing is like certain books you haven't read in a while. Say you read it years ago, but somebody was talking about it and you knew some of the information they were after is in that book. So you throw out the recommendation, and then they read it and they come back to you and they're like, do you remember this, this, and this? And you're like, fuck, no, I don't. Like, I don't even remember that at all being in there. So then you got to go back and figure it out.
Well, like for years, I've watched Ray Archuleta. He's a soil agronomist and he used to work for the US government. and now he doesn't, and he can kind of really tell how he feels about things. And he's come a long ways from what he originally learned to when he ran into Gabe Brown and David Bryant and doing no-till. And now he really talks about everything is one. Everything from humans to the soil biology to our food we eat, that the cattle, eat, like it's all one. It all functions and works together. And like watching him from 5 years ago to speaking today and listening to how his knowledge and information has changed because of the information he's come across, it's really interesting. Same thing with Dr. Elaine Ingham. Watching her talk from 10 years ago to talking now that she's kind of got into the cannabis game and talked a little bit about the soil biology with having different cannabinoids coming out with different biology. It's interesting to me.
Yeah. Well, that's the accumulation of knowledge, right? Like we glean all this information from other people. So like everybody's standing on the shoulders of somebody else. That's the thing. Like it's my hope in a lot of this is that not only am I getting a better understanding, but us talking about this, somebody else that's inspired, and they're gonna have an aha moment that they can come back and tell us about. That'll kind of make sense. Snowballs. It's like a domino effect. But that's the cumulative intelligence that we're building. Like, everybody playing a role. It's not any individual. It's everybody kind of putting their perspective.
Collective knowledge, yeah.
So that's why it's so hard. Like you were talking how people were tentative to put info out there, and I can see why, because and I've been guilty of this too. It's easy to get passionate about how you feel a certain way, and then you rip somebody up. You know what I mean? But you got to look at it from their perspective too, man. Like that's their perspective. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's what they know. That's how they're talking about it. That's how they're coming to it. So like if you kind of take the perspective of like maybe everybody's got something they can share, and there's something I can learn from that person, then it kind of shifts that to where you're maybe not so confrontational with it all the time.
Well,
you know what I mean? Maybe there's something that
about
magnet.
Great.
You know what I mean?
Great example, like my YouTube videos. I tell people put comments down below, because I want you to comment so we can engage. And some of the times I get people that are newbie growers commenting, making to me like an idiotic statement, like, oh, you got too much wind going on, you're wind burning and it's ruining your fan leaves. And I'm like, do I just comment and be a douchebag and just talk shit? Or do I have the better understanding of, hey, this guy doesn't understand that it's actually strengthening the plant structure, so when my buds get big and hard, I don't have to have anything to hold them up. And he just doesn't quite understand that's why I have heavy wind sometimes. Oh, okay. So yeah, I just don't comment, or I just explain it to him, like, don't be a douchebag. Like, this person doesn't quite have that understanding, or else they would have never made those comments. Like, you got to watch what people say, because sometimes people are not educated, or are only educated so much that they don't fully understand the whole deal.
And the other thing I realized too, like, I guess in my mind, when I'm challenging information, let's put it that way, maybe. So I'm challenging the information shared. Some of that is because I want a deeper explanation out of that person. You know what I mean? It's not that I disagree. It's just I wanna understand a little better why you're saying that. You know what I mean? So I may pick at you with this question or that question, and it may seem like I'm challenging your info, but it's not. It's really I just want to try to get a better understanding of why you think that way about it.
Well, and that's why discussions are better than arguments, because you're not arguing who's right or wrong. You're discussing viewpoints on how you understand information.
Yep.
And when you're able to discuss it without arguing or talking shit or name calling, then it's a true discussion, and people are more open to receive the information. But when people are argumentative and no, this is how it is and blah blah, nobody wants to listen to it. Nobody's going to open up to listen to that information. So if we're just arguing in this community and not having open discussions, how are people going to learn and understand things?
Yeah.
Like there's people in this community I don't get along with because of how I view things. But it's not that I don't want to share the information. We've tried having that discussion, but they still think I'm an idiot because my information is old and it's outdated. But it's not. It's all science, it's all factual proven. So can I have a discussion with this person? No, they're not willing to have a discussion. They want to have an argument. Okay, so you just don't communicate. You don't engage with them.
Yeah.
So medically fit, I just want to, touch a few things here. Maybe they just haven't reached that point in their life where they've reached that nugget of information where they need to go back and read your book, brother. You know what I mean? For the second time. Just as we stated with Lowenfelds, maybe they just haven't hit that mark where they'll go back and, retake it back in and go, okay, it makes sense now.
Yeah.
That could be something there as well. And I wanted to revert back to the statement that you said that like we're all one. The plants and us are basically the same. I believe that to be very true. All the microbes and organisms in the soil that you guys talked about today are in your lower intestine gut. Basically, your medium. You feed yourself nothing more than the same nutrients that you feed your plants. All this right here is your soil. These, your plants and stuff. We are no different, basically, than them
It's
plants.
not. It's just
This
not
is our
that.
frequency and how we're relating to the plants right here. So
It's
I
on your
believe everything what
skin.
you said, brother.
It's you breathe this stuff in. It's like it's living. We wash our hands. We're destroying biology that's living on us that we need. Like it's every part of our bodies, and we don't get that. Like that's why. Honestly, I don't shower every day because I'm not trying to destroy my biology that helps keep me healthy. And if I do, then I'm destroying that.
Well, that helps with social distancing too, and nobody wants to
Right?
get so close. Like what?
Come here, bro. Let's have no. I don't have BO like that because I don't have that biology attacking me in those areas that cause that odor.
Yeah.
I don't have it. Like if I'm working hard and I'm sweating, yeah, but if just naturally, no. No.
That's a good point. Good point. I'm gonna use that excuse one of these days.
Well, if you look at hippies and look at them, for example, right? A lot of them are very healthy people that don't get a lot of flus or colds because their body's biology and gut biome already have all this in it. They don't wash themselves all the time. So all this dirt and soil and they're getting it inside of them as well, and it's helping fight all this off. Like people really need to understand that biology and microbiology is really a huge part of our life every day, and we need it in our bodies. And if we're not, that's why we're getting these diseases and this chronic inflammation and these problems with our health. That's why, like, I may not eat healthy all the time, but I'll at least try to make a smoothie in the morning with CBD oil and as much fruits and vegetables as I can get in to get it blended. I'm at least trying to get my gut biology started for the day to be activated and working the best I can.
Yeah.
In that documentary about earthing there, there's a lot of science that they put forth basically to what he's kind of saying there about, well, both about grounding us into the soil there, but picking microbes up, from the soil that we need that our body doesn't usually pick up. They put that theory in there as well, that we actually, almost as you guys are saying, need to put our hands and feet in the soil, introduce them onto our skin because we do have that relationship.
Well, think about this. You're growing produce in a commercial setting. Is it really Some of this is in indoor facilities. So is it getting the biology from the actual soil that it needs? No, because some of it's grown hydroponically. Okay, now it's getting shipped to the stores and you're eating it. You're not getting the biology that the plant leaf is have on it into your gut, which needs it. So if you're cultivating more of your own produce that's outdoors or in a soil setting, you're getting this biology on the produce. Yes, you may go in and kind of rinse it off, but you're not washing it all off. You're not putting chemicals on your plants to destroy this biology. And now you're eating it and ingesting it. Now you're getting it into your body. That's why they talk about eating so much raw fruit and vegetables is healthy for you compared to eating like overcooked, commercialized type of
Depleted.
produce. Yeah, depleted of nutrients. Because even now they're making the statement that the nutrient density of the food today is not even, it's about half of what it once was, because we've depleted the soil of so much nutrients that the plants aren't even getting the nutrients they once had. And it's so depleted that even now it's being passed on to us that we have to eat almost twice the amount of fruits and vegetables we once did just to get the nutrient density the foods once had. Same thing with the animal, the beef, the like iron in cattle. It's not there like it used to be. We're depleting our soils, which is depleting the nutrient densities of our food, which is causing our bodies to have problems.
You know what's fucking
That's
cool
because,
is the rise and
go
fall of
ahead.
empires can be traced to soil fertility.
And David, or Dr. David Montgomery, talks about that in some of his books.
That's fucked up, man. Makes sense, but
Well, isn't that in a lot of in at least agriculture, is they found that basic sweet spot of NPK that they can push and not have to put back the nutrient density into the soil that should be there. I mean that they're just
No,
not
they're
putting the full recipe in there. They just found out that sweet spot, and that's what they're feeding year after year after year,
well, they're
which
not even
puts
get
nothing back.
they're not even getting the return that they once were farming the conventional farming ways. Most of these farmers are in debt. Why do you think farming is almost, what last I heard was, I think the number one suicide rate now is farming communities, because farmers are so much in debt that they can't get out of it because of conventional farming. And so there has to be a huge change and shift in what we're doing. Like,
I want to say that it was like 20% of the nitrogen that gets applied to fields gets uptaken by the crop. So
the rest
that's,
gets washed off.
So
yeah, like it's
in
fucked
this
up.
day and age, in what we know, how come they are? Is there a product that they're actually using from the corn stalk itself? I mean, how come they're not just de-earing that thing and just shredding it and leaving it behind to break
Well, a
down
lot.
on the soil? I mean, when they harvest, I mean, that barren soil after any harvest, it's like it looks depleted. There's nothing laying there breaking down after the harvest. How come they don't, harvest their good and leave the carcass to break down?
Well,
Most of it's going to me come back to the education of these farmers, is not being taught or have the proper understanding of what no-till or low-till systems are compared to conventional farming. A lot more people are hearing about it and turning that direction, but look at how far and how many, I'd say hundreds of years of integration of conventional farming have these communities farmed, compared to now regenerative has only been around for 20 plus years, really, that more and more people are talking about it. So it's changing the mindset of the older farming communities that were conventional farming to now understanding regenerative is a much healthier and much better product overall for these farmers, that they're actually profiting and not losing profit.
yeah, very
Page
true.
Farm says they do shred the stock and leave it, but how come we don't see nothing? You know what I mean? The field looks so clean if it's being shredded and left behind. Seems like it would be green at least for a day or two after harvest.
Now, if you look behind the combine, Eagle, a lot of times there's a chute where it's spewing out the ground up stuff. But it doesn't, I guess driving by you don't see it as much. But yeah, the problem with a lot of the crop residue too, though, sitting, the one guy I heard talking about that on the top of the surface, actually the sun can cause the reaction to actually release CO2, and it's just burning up on releasing into CO2 on the top of the surface there versus like I think he was advocating kind of tilling it in, basic idea, but I don't know.
Well, some of it's also the soil temperatures from not being covered by like cover crop, that they can be 100, 110, that they're actually killing some of the biology and not helping it. And that's where some of that, why more people are talking about doing cover crops, because when you're looking at land that is completely covered and the soil temperatures are going to be different than the barren land. And that's where they're saying why we're having a lot of these problems, why climate change is happening, because these soils are allowing the Earth's temperature to rise and not cool because there's nothing covering the soil itself. It's like having black mat lay out in the sun. It absorbs heat, right?
Yeah, the asphalt, walk on
right.
that.
So when you're stripping off the green layer of the Earth's surface and it's black, it's just absorbing heat, right? Kind of the same concept. It's just absorbing it. It's not kind of directing it other places or using it for energy like photosynthesis in plants.
Well, sunlight actually has an oxidizing effect, like talking about it in that respect again, where the plant mechanism through photosynthesis actually converts it into a reducing effect. So it's a way of capturing some of that energy. But yeah, the sunlight in general, I mean, if it, look at what happens to your dash in your car.
Oh, it destroys it.
It's oxidizing it.
Yes.
It does that to your paint, it does that to all the other stuff. So yeah, I mean, there's different effects, but that plant is taking and changing that into a reducing effect. So it's acting upon it in that way. So it's kind of, I don't know. That's the that's the difference of looking at it like a circuit board versus looking at it like, okay, photo system 1, photo system 2.
Right.
It went through this mitochondria and it did that function, but it's like, in a little pulled back big picture, it kind of is a fucking circuit all happening. And you got all these little electrons moving all these different fucking ways and making all this different shit happen. But that's the energy that makes work and life happen at every level, and cells and us and bacteria and fungi and horses, cows, whatever. It's like, it's a mind trip, man.
Well, and think about how much of it's being depleted because of rain runoff and nothing being covered in its barren soil, and how much nutrients we're losing, how much chemicals are being sprayed on, fertilizers being sprayed on, that, okay, the plant's still uptaking it, but how much still getting washed off? Like, so there's a lot of issues when it comes to how we farmed and trying to get back to getting people educated on a better way.
And well, some of that too, like the guys were talking about clay aging. I don't know if you've heard that term at all or not, but the idea of clay aging is like kind of making the polarity of it change to where it's going to become, so like aged clay is like really sticky and it'll mat up on your boots, and if you walk through it, you feel like you're walking with 20 pounds. That's really
well
clay.
That's if it's properly hydrated.
Well,
You know
no,
what I'm saying?
it's still an electrical charge between those clay particles that's causing them to cling together. And then,
But to have that texture, because I have some clay it's calcium carbonate, but it's clay. It's a silica form where it's powder. But once I get water to it, it turns into that pasty clay that you almost like what you were talking about. And like growing up in Iowa, like before we hit bedrock, we would hit a good clay area of soil that it was clay. It was like really gooey, hard, almost like a plumber's putty type deal material, way different than what soil was. And it would almost, you could make a bowl and it would hold water because of, how do I want
A
to say
gray
it?
clay and not a brown clay.
Right, right.
Hmm.
So some of the clays are a little different, and that's why I was asking on that.
Well, that was my understanding, is it all matters on their polarity or the electric charge of it. So I don't have my head totally around it, but they were saying like in oil mining, clay aging is kind of a term, but if you think of like what the drill's trying to do there, it's trying to pull that clay up and out, you know what I mean? So I guess they spray, I forget, I think it was potassium chloride or something, and it displaces the calcium, and the clay becomes more wanting to like attract to itself, and in that sense it's going to cling together and they can pull it up out of the hole easier, kind of thing. But,
Huh.
yeah, you know.
Yeah, because the clay here that I'm used to, like in Iowa, man, it's like big fucking chunks. It's almost like Play-Doh. It's just like chunky and you can pull it off, and you know what I'm saying? Like the consistency. When it dries out, then it kind of comes brittle, but it takes a long time for clay to dry out. Like the water capability that it can hold is really interesting. Like if you dug a chunk of clay up and let it set out, it would take quite a while for it to actually dry out compared to like what soil is. So
Yeah, and it has to do with that electric polarity too, because the water's clinging to that stronger than what it's going to want to evaporate, kind of thing. So
yeah. So more of like the covalent bond of the water and the clay molecules together.
that's my understanding of it, I guess. But yeah, like the aged clay is going to be more the compacted type clay, where like, yeah, and maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, if you done soil tests on some of that? Was it something lacking in calcium, or did it have the right?
Isn't there a gray, brown, and a red clay?
I know
So
of
what would be the
the
differences
gray and the
amongst them?
red. Probably mineral content, wouldn't it be? Like the red would be more iron.
Well, to say that it's a clay particle is only specifically speaking on the diameter size of the particle. It doesn't say what it is. So yeah, I mean, I would think gray, red, brown, whatever is just a different mineral makeup of that clay particle.
Be-
Be my
Well,
guess.
I asked that because I've done a shitload of digging, and like medically saying there definitely is a difference on how they bond together. I mean, there is definitely that greasy layer of gray that is just like friggin' mud, but yet super sticky. And then that brown that I'm used to is more of a mid, somewhat semi-soft, but not as slick clay. And the red that I've come across is, more harder than a dry clay. Uh, so I there has to be different states in clay. I don't know,
Well,
not
there is.
just the mineral
Yeah, that's
makeup,
what I
or
was
is
getting
that
at.
just the mineral makeup?
Yeah, the particle charge. So like having the right amount of calcium in there is like what helps with that structuring of that, so it's not going to cling together, and it's all the balance of whether that's the base saturation is more calcium, magnesium, or potassium, and all that stuff. It gets into all that, but that term clay aging would give you the idea on some of that discussion, I guess. So yeah, man, I don't know, I'm smoking another one, probably the last one. It's a little early on 420, but 50 meetings too.
I don't even think I've smoked a whole one. Maybe it's just from all
Wow.
the cannabis I've smoked today.
So, Matt, when
It
you've
was a
been
good day
adding,
for smoking, though.
yeah, it was, man. It was a beautiful day. A little chill, but
What were we gonna ask, Smiley?
I was gonna say when you're AESA, the product that you just
ASEA?
yeah. So how are you using that with the plant? Like, what's been your kind of messing around with it a little bit? Are you foliar in it? Are you
Yep. That's
root?
kind of how I've been trying to apply it, is just a foliar spray. Um, I haven't wanted to, because I'm still hesitant. I don't know what it can and can't take compared to the human body. So it's all like what I'm willing to sacrifice and kill off. I don't know too many people that want to kill off plants doing little testing right now. So I just do more of the foliar spray instead of feeding it or root drenching it. Um, the stuff is it's it's pretty interesting. It's the bottle states that it's a living molecule. The most of the ingredients are like chlorine and sodium. When you drink it, it tastes like pool water to me. So it's really interesting that it's a actual living molecule that I'm drinking. Like, wow. But whatever, however they figured out how to keep this alive, that's all on their patent. But you they have a cream that you can do topical, or you can put it in this little mister that you mist your face and apply it that way. And that's what I do, is I'll put it in that bottle and then I'll spray my plants. When I was talking earlier about how I treat my plants, like my clones, I've tried it on some of my clones and they just die. They don't like it.
Huh.
My plants in flower, they seem to be doing okay. I have no issues with them. Some of the plants in my veg, they were growing kind of funky, like they were having some mutations. Sprayed it on it, seemed like they came out of that mutation. Some of the spots that I sprayed on it kind of looked like it caused deformity, where it caused oxidization to the plant and it kind of did some leaf damage. So yeah, that's kind of a little bit about what I've done with it so far. Um, if I had a big facility where I had more room, I could play around with it, that would be different. I'd really try to work and find out. I've been trying to get more information from the company to see if they have any scientists that's worked with it in the horticultural industry compared to the human health side of it. Um, there's not a lot of information I've been able to get from him, so a lot of I've had to actually find on like Google Scholar for redox signaling, understanding more about what the product is. But there's people, like if you're on Facebook, you could find people that are posting about like spraying their plants and watching how this plant, hadn't flowered in years, and all of a sudden now it's starting to flower and put fruit, and little flower sites on it and blooming, and how their plants had some issues and now we're recovering. So there's a lot of people that are kind of giving some testimony about what they've found spraying, doing foliar sprays on their plants. I haven't heard too much about people doing root drenching. So, um, yeah, so it's pretty interesting that there are people out there trying this, willing to see what it does to their plants.
Well, it
And
sounds like it's going to have an effect depending on a positive or negative effect depending on where the plant already was at in its realm there, right? Like maybe that explains that little bit of mixed results is depending on what the plant really wanted at that.
well, and from some of like what I was reading and some of the information, it talks about it tries to help it get back to that homeostasis, expressing to the full potential, helping with gene expression. Okay, so if it's having some mutations in the plant, it's saying it can do one of two things. It can cause mutation because of oxidization, or get the gene expression to get back to the normal expression and start growing fine again. So it's really interesting on some of the information on it can be damaging or it can be beneficial.
Yeah.
You know, and then seeing it like with some of the testing that I've done on some of my plants, like that's where I was saying earlier, like if I knew the amount of milliliters that the spray was spraying per plant to give me more of an idea of what I'm spraying, I could have a better idea of what I can do for testing, and then I can have a control, having a plant with not getting anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, this gets 5 sprays, this gets 2 sprays, this gets none. Let's see what happens. I can do that somewhat, but I don't know like the true amount the plant would be receiving, which it sucks, but it's kind of that bro science where, hey, I'm giving some of it. Can I repeat it? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, sometimes not the effect wasn't from what we thought, you know what I mean? So sometimes
Right.
something else caused the effect that we thought.
And that's why, you know, if you can't repeat the research or the science, you know, and showing that you can do it over and over, then it's kind of hard to say hey, I did it. So I can only try so much at home, you know what I'm saying? Like having a facility, like I said, would be way different, but I don't have it and I can only do so much at home.
Yeah, me too.
But getting the information out to people that there's a product out there that if they want to try it, hey, you guys are more than willing to find some on YouTube or on Amazon or reach out to me and I can kind of direct you on how to get some of it to try it out.
I was just gonna ask, are you distributing it or you just have purchased some to try or
No, I'm actually a distributor. That's kind of one of the businesses I have, like sell it for, it's kind of, really, it's an
fuck
MLM.
Amazon is what he's saying. You need to DM him if you want
Yeah,
around it
DM me.
and he's gonna sell it to you. Don't go to fucking
So what Amazon will sell you is just a big bottle of it. I have the little spray bottles that I can order anytime I need to because I'm a distributor. So I can actually sell just the little spray bottles of it and not have a big bottle that you're gonna have to figure out how to spray it on your plant. And here's what's crazy, because it's a living redox molecule, it only works in certain type of containers. If you put it in any metal container, it kills the product.
no shit.
So yeah, it's really interesting on like
So
the
your
plastic.
watering can would matter too if you were gonna
It
try.
would. The bottle it comes in a hard, thick plastic type of container. The spray bottles they give you, they're plastic. There's no metal really within the spray itself because it apparently stops the living molecule from living. Somehow it kills it.
Cool.
Yeah, so it's really interesting.
So how much is like one of them, or isn't that something to say?
That's something we can discuss later.
What's the
But
discount?
the actual big bottle is like 40 something on Amazon.
All right.
You know, but
No, I'm
most
just
people.
that was a joke from earlier, Ego.
What's
He's not listening.
I don't,
oh, they bought the hair? Will it grow my hair? I caught that one earlier.
I was talking about the discount code. It's all
Oh.
right. I was just-
Earlier, they were asking if the miracle product of H2O2 could regrow Eagle's hair. I did catch that one.
Well,
Go organic.
it might be about, you know, that redox signaling to get them follicles to start producing hair to grow again.
There you go. You gotta grow
That's funny.
dreadlocks. He's gonna go organic and get dreadlocks.
They're going to be lovely blonde because of the bleaching of the H2O2.
There you go.
It's good.
Yeah, man.
That's funny.
Well, fuck yeah, man. I appreciate you hanging out, man. That was a good conversation. I'm figuring out. It's just plugging little bits and pieces of info into gaps that were in my mind, and filling some in for other people, because I'm sure like the first time you hear about it, you're just like, what the fuck? Like, what are they talking about, dude? Like,
Well, and we talked about it, but we didn't talk about it. We got into some of it, but we didn't get into some of it. So like there's a lot of still information that can still be talked about and shared that people just research. If you want some of this information, reach out to Smiley, reach out to Eagle, reach out to me, Instagram. I'm willing to share. Tal has some of this information, the American one that I share a lot of this with him too. Jack Greenstock, I share a lot of this information with him too. I'll be on their show tomorrow.
yeah,
Growing with, what's that?
shout that out a minute. You're gonna go where?
Yeah, tomorrow I'll be on with Jack Greenstock on Growing with My Fellow Growers Grow Show.
Yeah, American one's on there too. He's in
Yeah.
here telling at you in chat, so I'll get to do that tomorrow maybe.
So yeah, we'll be on there talking the same thing, you know, getting it out to the other audience, more people to kind of really discuss this, you know, because there's a lot of information and more people really want to know this and understand it. And that's, you know, really getting it out there with you guys already having Leighton on here talking about it, you know, kind of really getting that ball rolling. Because like I said, you know, I talked about it a year ago to a few people, but it never really took off. And now that he talked about it and this, you know, kind of got him rolling on it and got the topic really going. Yeah, there's a lot of information that we can start sharing now that more people really want to know.
Well, that's kind of how it all works, though. Is like you read something and you talk to your buddy. Hey, man, I just read this. Have you heard anything about this? And maybe 1 in 5 of them will go, yeah, dude, I fucking read that article too, and it made me read this article and this article, and then he sends you those two. You know what I mean? And it just snowballs from there. Like, and then yeah, it's just the back and forth.
Well, it's like Tal's a part of this chat group that I'm a part of, and like he comes across a lot of information that I haven't seen or read yet. And I have some stuff that he hasn't come across, like this redox stuff. And it's like, where else people don't know where else they can share this information that have it. And it's like, hey, maybe you get a part of a chat group, or you know, there's a Discord group or something, that Instagram that you can, you know, just share with people that you know and you talk to and associate on Instagram, that you can share this information with them. Because that's kind of what I do. Like, I know that there are certain people in this community that when I come across something that they may have heard or they haven't seen this video, that, hey, they would like if I shared it with them, you know? And so me sharing information with people that I know that want to hear this information, it's not a problem to do, man. You know, there's a lot of people that want it. So let's share it.
Yeah, and spark some ideas.
I appreciate you fucking, you know, coming on and sharing it. You know, even at that, like you said, you know, you said it years ago, and it can be frustrating sometimes to come back on and repeat what you said, you know, a few years ago. So thank you for being patient and, you know,
Well, you know, you
putting it
talk
back
to,
out there without being frustrated, you know what I mean, about having to say it for the second time. And sometimes it can be a little bit frustrating in that aspect, but, you know,
well, it's
I'm glad you're being cool enough to
some of
redo
it, some of it, some of it comes because people don't understand the level of education that other people have. And sometimes people are not so willing to listen to how some of it's put out. So you get a lot of different people that are real hesitant on who they listen to in this community on information. And like, it took my YouTube channel a long time to really grow, because it took people that heard me talking other places to kind of be like, hey, this dude's kind of giving some real information and it's truthful. What's he talking about? You know, and it took a lot of people to do that to start listening to me. So yeah, even though I've talked about stuff 2 years ago, you know, and now more and more people are kind of catching on and getting it, dude, I can only try to do what I do. And that's when I come across the information myself, is to share it. Like when I've talked about lactose and milk teas, making them and feeding them to your plants, people are like, oh, that's garbage. That's nonsense. You're going to destroy this, blah, blah, blah. Dude, there's so much information about farmers feeding their plants and their crops raw milk and the benefits that came out of it and the enzymes that turn on lactose and uptake of sugar, lactose sugar for plants to use. Like, I'm not just full of shit. I don't put out just garbage information. I put out information that I know is real and informational that I think the community could use. So it takes people to really understand who I am before they listen. And that's what it takes.
I want to shout out Tao real quick too, because I got much love for that fucker. I've seen him around forever, and it
For a
never
long time.
ceases to surprise me. The chat rooms, I guess he's probably surprised a few chat rooms we've seen him both each other, and we're like, "What? You're here? You're here? Okay."
Yeah.
I'm surprised, but we've got that bond. See you around, brother. But you never know where you're gonna see fucking Tao at, man. That cat is everywhere, everywhere.
But see, he's another one that he's like me that came up, you know, kind of learning through the community, sharing through the community, but not fully recognized by a lot of people in the community. And it's kind of sad because he is knowledgeable and has a lot of information to share, you know, and that's
because that, excuse me, Tao, but that's because that fucker needs a box. You need an active box, Tao. Quit being a voice in the background. Fucking be an active box, Tao. Jesus. That's what you're right though, medically. I mean, a lot of shows, the fucking Cheap Home Grow show. I mean, when he's on here, you know, he's just that voice that chimes in, so you never really know he's present unless you're and listening for the voice, and then you go, "Oh, fucking Tao's here." Shit, I'm gonna fucking tune in. I've actually watched shows. Just kind of been going through the works of the programming on YouTube and heard the fucker's voice and went, I was gonna turn it on, but let's see what the fuck Tao's up to. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things, like I said, you never know where he's gonna turn up. And I've found that cat in some fucking weird places, just like myself, which, much love to him because I was there myself. You know what I'm saying? I'm not pointing any fingers because I was there myself. I'm just, I am much like him, is what I guess what I'm saying is, but yeah, he is definitely a cool cat. And get your box, Tal. God damn it.
And that's like Cannabis Organum. He's another person that's really knowledgeable when it comes to growing and cultivating. And it's just not cannabis, but when it comes to like mushrooms and different techniques of cultivation and like, but nobody listens to a lot of what he says, and he's really knowledgeable, and he doesn't, he's been trying to build his following, but it's like sometimes people just, no matter what you do and the information you give out, it's hard to get your following going, especially when you have information. Unless what really I believe helped is when you start showing your face. So people can put a face to going, okay, I know him, I can recognize him, I've seen him around the community and just not the name. I have a better understanding of who he is. Like, really, that's where I think a lot of it comes, is when people start showing their face.
That's when you tell.
Well, there's another one out there too that is a part of the Embracing Organic show by the name of Stabby McStabberson. Yeah. And you've had him on here. And Stabby, I think Stabby's a great guy. He loves the bust balls, but that's him as a person. And I love him for it, because if you don't put out the correct information, he will help correct you. And he's not shy about doing it. But he's one that needs to come. Go ahead.
He was a fun one to interview, by the way. I enjoy him on the EO show. And when he came on, I don't do a whole lot of pre-game, you know what I mean, before the shows. I think you probably remember that from your episode.
Yeah.
But he came, it was like 2 minutes before the show, and he came on with like this Hannibal Lecter face, and he's got that voice, and I'm thinking to myself, man, this is kind of intimidating. Am I gonna? Because you don't know what's on the other side of the you know what I mean. So
Right.
man, this is kind of intimidating. I ain't gonna have to look at this the whole fucking time, am I? And then all of a sudden, like right before we aired, he like flipped it to something positive and more talkable. So I don't know what was going on there, but he definitely had me intimidated in the first 30 seconds of the interview there. I was like, man, this could be rough. I don't know, but it was a great interview, great guy. You know,
But
whatsoever.
he's another one. Like he's a really knowledgeable person and he really puts out some good information. But the only way to get it is to go to the Embracing Organic show because that's the only platform. And he still doesn't show his face. He's just in the background. And so it's how else can you get information out? Well, people somehow gotta put it out, right? So people like us have to show our faces and actually talk and communicate about what's going on.
Or what we understand of what's going on.
Exactly.
Because I think Stabby falls under that case too, where he debates passionately for what he knows or what he understands of it, and I think a lot of that comes from either he's gonna get you to agree or you're gonna show him information he didn't know about, change his perspective on it. So I've seen, just to give him credit, I've seen him switch his perspective where he's argued really strongly and then he's like, wait, what you just said makes a lot of fucking sense. And yeah, I just changed my perspective on it or whatever. So,
Right.
I mean, I wouldn't say that he's just out to correct everybody. I think there's a lot of rhyme and reason to that too. You know what I mean? Where maybe he's going to challenge the information with somebody he thinks is smart enough to share something with him. You know what I mean? Because that might be the case too. Where like otherwise, what do you gain from trying to correct everybody? Nothing. Like so. It, fucking 420 blew by again.
Right past. I was yapping that, but I put it in chat.
Well, all right, gentlemen, it's almost like 2:30 my time. I got about 5 minutes till that time. So
Yeah, bro. I appreciate you coming on, shooting up shit, and
Yeah.
make
Huge
sure we
thank you,
catch the
brother.
show tomorrow too. Look forward to it. Very good.
yeah, for sure. It'll be some of the same information, but hopefully we can get a little bit more out on some of this. And
I'm sure some of them guys will have some input to put in on it too.
well, yeah, like I said, I've shared quite a bit with Jack, so hopefully he's gone over some of it and he can also discuss,
And
his understanding. Yep.
Dr. MJ, you know what I mean? I'm curious.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They would say that it, plays a role, but
Yeah. I like to hear what a lot of them have to say about it.
sweet.
So yeah.
Thanks.
All right, you guys have a good night.
So,
Med,
Yeah.
soundbite, brother. Will you want to drop a soundbite for us since you're here?
So tonight, besides discussing redox molecules, we've been here hanging out on fucking talking shit with Eagle Gardens and Smiley Gardens. So you guys, thanks for having me and have a good night.
Thank you, my friend. You have a good night, and I hope we will talk to you again soon.
Yeah, for sure. You guys, we'll see you later.
All right. Have a good one, brother. Always. That was a fucking great episode, guys. And you and him fucking nailed it. Nailed it. I
yeah.
seen in chat a lot of people saying in chat that we're gonna go back and rewatch this one. A lot of good information being laid down here.
Yeah, and if it's something you really got to dig your head around and you want to, I absolutely go watch look up Olivier Houssan is how you spell it. I'll try to type it in chat. But it's Olivier Houssan. But if you do that on YouTube, he has a few lectures, and he's got a French accent, so it's kind of like listening to the hash guy. Draw a blank. Frenchie, right? Or I don't know.
So yeah, man, I've got a lot to wrap my head around as well. I'm actually glad I sat that one out. You know, at least in camera. Somebody was in chat. Where's Eagle passed out? Actually, it's Johnny Candace. What's up, Johnny Candace? Thank you for tuning in. He was like, Eagle out. I'm like, no, man, I'm listening, learning. And I'm glad I wasn't just sitting here the whole time, just be like, just mesmerized in the camera for like 3 hours of smoking. I'm learning. That's why I cameraed off, Smiley, right there. I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna turn off the camera and do something.
Yeah. No, it's been, man, it's not easy shit. Like, I don't know. That's why, like some of the stuff with the organic takeover, that's the advantage that I have, I guess, is that I get to have on these really great guests that I can fucking, look to who I learned from, and that's kind of where I'm starting is trying them guys. It's been working out so far.
4:04 a.m. You guys have not said hardly any swear words or talked about anything. At 4:04 a.m., this video was flagged and age restricted.
I was swearing like a mug, man.
Not enough to get flagged, I wouldn't think.
Fucking talking shit with Eagle. So, I don't know.
There you go. Might as well make it worth it for him.
Right.
Make it worth it for him, Smiley. That's what I did the other night. That's what I'm saying, though, Smiley, or what I was saying today. It isn't that. It isn't that. Just because, like, I did that episode the other night where I checked on, like, really, really, really late. I popped on at, like, 4 o'clock in the morning. I said fuck so many times. So many times. I played that Wheeler Walker fucking fuck you bitch. I played Sit on My Face, which was like another song about, whatever. I don't want to drive this episode too far down. And then I encouraged the chat also to put their fucking potty mouth into print just to see if I could get it flagged. And it wasn't flagged. Wasn't flagged at all. So figure out that, you know what I mean? How is the math behind it?
So here's the way I'll put my head around Eagle. As easy as it was for me to pocket block somebody in chat, I'm just going to take it as a flattering thing that somebody was working and listening and had that in their pocket and it double clicked on the report. And you don't know fucking why or when it happened or for what reason, but the damn thing is.
I love your optimism.
Nobody knows. There's nothing to flag.
I love your optimism. Now, this one right here is for Aldridge 25. He specifically asked for his birthday dab song. Happy birthday to you, my friend.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't taken a dab all day, but I do have some fresh extract that I had bought today from, it wasn't from Smokey, but it is his product that I am dying to take a dab with. And I would love to take a birthday dab with you, my friend. So let me get my torch. Where the heck it should be in my backpack. In my backpack. In my backpack. My torch is in my backpack. And take this birthday dab with you, my friend. Here you go. Cheers. Cheers to Aldridge 25. Born on this day, October 11th. Aldridge 25. If you're watching this, please give him a happy birthday on Instagram. Or if you can find his YouTube channel, hit him up there. This is a crime. There's a dab song playing and I do not have it. Can't find my dab thing. I guess I got one of these cheap straws.
He wants to flipping that backwards.
Yeah. I gotta use this cheapie.
Girl, lady.
Hopefully I don't fuck it up. Getting a jab, damn it. Getting a jab for all of this 25. I don't care if I gotta heat the bottom of that container up and just fucking inhale it.
Wasn't me.
Good.
I got him. Got him.
These sweats are for you, Aldrich. These sweats are for you.
You know they're good when you get that where it's like still fucking expanding in his lungs. uh, coming in
Born
hot.
and dead on this day. Eagle. Aldrich 25. You know, you just pass out on the floor, sweating. Just kidding. Cause of death, birthday dabs. I've seen it too many times.
Maybe. I'm gonna jump out, man. I'll let you do your shout outs. You said 25 minutes of shout outs the other day. Damn.
Well, that one was just because I kind of went through them like one by one. Like it was that was the 200 day. And I went through like every one of them. Like if they had an episode, I kind of
Did you do it like
maybe you should watch it.
style where you gotta like say something nice about each one of them?
I did kind of that. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, if they had a past episode, I kind of touched base a little bit on that episode and all that good shit.
All right.
It was. I liked it. It was heartwarming for me, anyways.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
But peace out, bro.
Thank you, man. It was awesome spending the day with you, Smiley. Thank you for the Earth boxes. We get to do that live on air here soon. We'll be putting them together for you guys. Watch Smiley walk me through his process on the Earth boxes. It'd be pretty cool. It was pretty amazing to get to spend the day with Smiley and Red Eye Rustler, Modern Genetics, and all their ladies, of course, as well as Dank Man Dan. What a pleasure to hang out with Dank Man Dan. I really can't say enough good things about Dank Man Dan. Tara Wilson, Birdwatcher 420, North Michigan Micro. Great day spending. Thank you for hanging out. It was a great day spending some time with you guys, hanging and smoking, getting warm around the campfire. Tara Wilson, I hope you're staying warm. But it was a good day hanging out in Northern Michigan with you guys, swapping some stories, sharing some buds, sharing some dirt. Smiley. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you so much. And yeah, it's a little chilly, but man, definitely a great day for sure. And then Smiley stepped up and delivered another great episode with Medically Fit. Thanks again, Medically Fit, for donating some of your time to the community, to the show. Can't thank you enough for that. So, heck yeah. I'm going to actually get to these shout outs so I can get my butt back to work, get to trimming, try to get some of these chores caught up. So, I guess I'm going to announce this unofficially. Is Canna Queen here? What's up, American One? Yeah, you're right. We should be giving her a shout out. So, yeah, thank you, American One. Canna Queen's new show, C Canna Queen with Canna is tomorrow at 9 p.m. on YouTube. Please tell her Tal sent you. And thank you, Tal, for helping me put that out there, brother. Because Miss Canna Queen is a great gal and putting out some fire genetics. So please check her out tomorrow at 9. Thank you, Tal, for bringing that to my attention, brother. Kind of lost myself there, catching up a little bit on chat. Oh, this was the unofficial announcement. The unofficial announcement. I meant to talk to Smiley about this all fucking day, and my stoner ass forgot. So, I'm always talking about how the community should work together and curving their content and working with each other, and a little bit of effort just to buy myself a little bit of time, catch up on some of my chores. Since there is programming that I mesh with, I will concede a little bit on Monday nights. I usually, I picked my time slot when I did because at the time there was nobody else here. So, but now there is a little bit of content there. So on Monday nights, you can catch me. I have to decide what time, but it will probably be between 12:30 and 1 o'clock to give the community a chance to find other sources of knowledge on YouTube. So, Monday nights, I'm imploring you guys to go spend some time with Skillbo and Red and then come hang out with me when they're done. I will be there afterwards just to kind of make sure, I'm not having to do my part in dividing this community up into two different places. That way you guys can go hang out and see what they got to say, and then hopefully y'all come on back over here and check out what we've got going on Monday night. So just my first attempt into trying to bring the community together, help the content run a little bit more smoothly, help keep the community, the chat community together, so we don't have to be split up. We can just kind of flow from one place to another. It's got to start somewhere, so why not be here? So that's at least the thought I was having. So hopefully you guys agree and will play along with me. Play along with me a little bit on this. So, yeah, thank you. Back to shout-outs. Back to these shout-outs that haven't even started already. Let me find something to rock off here. Rock along with. And I got shit for nothing. Oh, I do have a little bit of coffee. Sweet. I didn't think I had anything to wet my whistle with. So, yeah, I'm going to go out with this one because it kind of fits my mood today. At least I'm going to start it like that. A little bit of Conor McGregor. Mercury's Seldom Seen. John Smith. Oak Park Gardens. Hell 9782. Skunk Packets. Martial Artists 2012. What was that? Damn it. Micro Slave, haven't heard. Sorry, Micro Slave. Shadow Warrior, Valley Green 514, Mila Jensen, the Ash Queen, Oz Indica, Dr. MJ Coco, Brandon Ross, Matthew Gates, who we brought up tonight. Shout out, Matthew. Dr. D's Bags, not Dr. D's Bags, sorry, D's Bags, Drone Sour, Shotgun Willie, Dane Kyoto was here in the chat. My local hydro guy, Jay Simmons, Sure Bro Goes, Clackamas Crew, DJ Conley, Miss Grown Buds Farm, Aaron the Grower, your boy Road Boy, Delta 9, Jay McDaniels, Clackamas 420, Stinky Colas, Dylan's Time for PFC Farms, Krusty Socks 1975, Mr. Hanky Stinky, Sungrown 707, C8 Droves, J420, Joey Y, Cascadian Grown. Hopefully we'll be here Sunday night tonight. Tito's McGee, Four Plants A, Weedworks, Captain's Crawl, Skunky Boys, Skunk E Bud, Hans Warrior, Jackie Young, Tara Lee Live, Magagaster, Tempe, Annie N, Dank Brownies, D Urge, Dr. I don't know why I want to throw a doctor in front of him right now. Green Jr., Leon from All Purpose Plus, Green Goose. I got to see him real quick tonight. Hopefully he'll take me up on that offer to come on the show. Congratulations on the awards in the Cloud Cup, my friend. We have 11 Smiles 11, Bindu Buds, Micro Rasa Grows, D's House of Dank, Mama's Lost 710, Scarecrow 420, Joey Y again, Greentown Bum, Christina MG89, Unplugged 705, Medically Immaculcated. I fucked that up. Medical. Rick T Rebel, 9G207, Fabian Salinas, Dave's Not Here, Time Spoof, Greg Walker, Mendo Dope, T-Dog, Dung Beetle, Red Eye Jedi Grows, Mother Nature's, Justin Conway, Jabriz Alley, Run Boy 7426, Justin Gooder, Strongman, Okie, Grower 75, Corey Trevor, Michael Wallace, Mole Vision 420, Greg Walker, again, Biz Alley, you get two, Who's Your Cat Daddy, Taco, Don Slug, Rick S, In the Bushes, 827, James Simmons, Bobby Lynn Means, hopefully I got that right, Kevin Hahn, The World's Last Hope, Pete Fan 420, Bio Milter, Boca King Raz, Pop Little, Slow Roll, Spiky Pilots, Matt Steelbread, Endo 11, Stephanie V, Shark Pulley 989, Von Braun, Sovereign Gardens, Stoner Nation 420, Bugs 1, Painted Lady, Frank Booth, Fuelhouse Farm, Jay Myers, Jamid, DeChat, Mr. Manny D, Bag Seed, Dr. DGC, Jeff, Shutter 911, Dutch Grows 420, Scallywags 420, Abolished, Mrs. C, Skill Bowl 1, Medgrower 1, shout out to Medgrower 1, I'll get them beans out to you, brother. Empire Breeding Co. For Growley, Lost Leaf, it's overdue for Lost Leaf. Pedro, Liam Mass, Danny Danko, Breeder Steve 8, Bear 7, Allie Noble, CK, Tom Trinidad, Dog 16, Looney Jester, Smoking in Small Town, Tim S, Mr. Lazy, White Feather Grows, Rafter Grows, Automation is Freedom, Rob and Robert Hazelton. And by the way, thank you, Rafter, for hanging out and finishing off last night's episode. Thank you very much, my friend. Rob and Robert Hazelton, Dwarf Michigan Quarry, Double Tap Farms, Mr. Green Thumb 420, 808 Rooting Prospects, Cannon Bus Drivers, Hayton Life, Kenny 710, Operation Grow, T-Benz, TM 42696, Moon Nut 619, Dr. Scrambles, VB Moonrocks, GHFJJ, Stuff Grower 56, Bio Greens, Hanky Stanky 420 OG, KP, Georgia Grows, John Janana, Yo Mama, Roy Rodriguez, Jim Seagulls, Nature's Best Nugs, GR420 community videos, check them out. Great community they got going over there across the pond. The Lone Stoner, Bee Growing, Killer Bee Grows, Roy Rodriguez, Ganja Wizard, Husky Gardens, Nut Tree 420, Dr. Who, Soil Life 420, Bully Life, Jeff Rowe 420, The Dancing Booty, Beavis, Goddamn I'm Baked, The Riffin' Fat Boy, Ted Nugent's Test, Jack Greensock, and the Growing with My Fellow Growers, Check them out tomorrow, 7 o'clock. My man Tao will be on there. Hopefully in a box tomorrow, Tao. Work on that shit. I found a way to for you, by the way. Check him out. Jack, Tao, Brandon Russ, Matthew Gates, it's Zentanol on there. Who else we got? Dr. MJ Coco, P Predictive Breeding. Hopefully I got that right. Aaron the Grower. Hopefully you're showing back up over there. Let's see. Spartan Grown. Don't forget Spartan Grown. The multi-show Spartan Grown. Check them out tomorrow, 7 o'clock. Growing with my fellow growers. 420, Spartan Grown, Boom Farms. We miss you, Boom. It's been a few. Smileys Gardens, Charlie's Farm, 420, Aldridge, 25. JD's in the house. Again, happy birthday, Aldridge, 25. Misty's Nugs, we miss you. It's been a minute with you as well. Hopefully you are well and having absolutely no bad days. We miss you, Misty's Nugs. Smoking Grow Frazier, Grokowski, Twisted Roots, Faded Farmer 420, Jeff Dorowski, Genetic Memory Farms. I will update you on my kombucha. Hopefully I will get that today, my friend. Just a little laggy and everything. Please forgive me. Find another tune here real quick. How's the end of that playlist? Something that won't get me in trouble, hopefully. Oh, it ain't easy. Where did we leave off here? Right here. Evolve 420. Hopefully you're enjoying Amsterdam, my friend. Cameron Bagseed, Jill Carter, Mystic Marks, Mystic Grower, Ginger Snaps, I Kill, DT, TWE, Rose, Rick Wolf, DLP 2372, Ned Denver, Sergeant Pepper 420, Ken Trooper Sequence 3, Blind Cat 420, Light Up Again, Tim. That's one guy right there that I dig. I do dig Tim. What's up, Tim? Shout out to you, brother. UKSIF 420. Buddha Boy, Devin Shipwreck, CJ Apple. You'll get more than one tonight, my brother. Medical MJ, Bugsfell USA, Resurrection Prophet, Chris Martinez, Tara Wilson. It was a pleasure to spend some time with you today, Tara. Hopefully, life swings to the better. Best for you very soon, my friend. Date Man 420, Date Man Dan, again. Thank you for being you, brother. You seem to be an unspoken hero in this cannabis journey, helping everybody out behind the scenes, just being a true, amazing dude. Shout out to you, Date Man Dan. You were one of the first to recognize me locally and make me feel like a hero, and truly, you're a hero, my friend. So again, shout out to Date Man Dan. Please check out Mr. Date Man and Tara Wilson Thursday mornings on the Wake and Bake. Don't forget, two great folks right there that could definitely use community support in their efforts. Bill says, Good Life. Mr. Red Setter Farms. I wish I would have got to see you today. Chicha B. Seems like it's been a minute since we've seen Miss Chicha. Miss you as well, Chicha. Most Hated Grower just had an article in High Times with that beautiful purple flower he grew. The Major General 420 Army. The American one. Much love to you, Tal. I do enjoy your company and all the great things you do in this community and all them rocks I find you under. Much love to you. You are a person much like myself. I do love spending time with you. J Digger 77714, Shirate Kinyo's Genetics. Where'd that leave? Kinyo's Genetics. Mountain Skies, ready to hit that hot fire. Hopefully having an amazing day and doing well with you and yours too, my friend. I know you guys have your struggle as well. It's hard to understand how you go through what you do and still remain a pillar of positivity in this community. Chris Mertz, always love seeing you in my chat and on my screen, brother. Shout out to you, Chris Mertz. Eden, love having you as round as well. Shout out to you. Let's see, these pages are covered. Dirt Road Dude, Kanashiva, Jose Ramirez, Red Eye Rustler, and his beautiful wife. It was a pleasure time spending with you guys today. Hopefully you guys have a safe journey home. Dab Goblin, Dr. Red Eye, or Dr. Buzz Lightyear, Acetone. I haven't seen that name on the screen and I miss it. I miss it, Doctor. Doctor. Give it the news. I gotta. Miss you, brother. Who else we got here? 710 Canuck, Canna Queen Genetics. As the American one pointed out, don't forget to check her out tomorrow at 9 o'clock on YouTube for her new launch of her new effort, her new show. Shout out Canna Queen. Much love to you as well. Stabby, Tanaze, Fumador, Dirtman, Dan, Keith of Black Sail, Rasta, Jeff, Rasta, Bob. Who else is over there that I'm forgetting? Mr. Bosilis, Zen Premium Gardens. That there is, of course, Embracing Organics 9 o'clock Thursdays on YouTube, or 9-ish, I should say. Who else is on this list? Soil Root, Small Tubes, Tyler and Tyler Teasley. Nor Michigan Micro, again, a pleasure seeing you today, my friend. Always love seeing people in the community that I get to see live around. Shout out to you, Birdwatcher 420. Ouija Buds, Dub T Roy, Big Jar Groves, JC John, Modern Genetics, and his beautiful wife. I had a pleasure meeting you today as well, spending time with you guys. Two great couples right there, Red Eye, Modern. It's a pleasure seeing you guys today as well. Laz, PPG 15. SoCal Weed Nerd was in chat tonight. Much love to you, SoCal. Brittany, Lexi, and Courtney, my baby girls right there. I love you guys more than you will ever know. The 31st or the 30th, I believe, is when Automation is Freedom will be back of this month. Green County Grower, CJ Apple, again, one of the first names that fucking graced the screen in chat when I started this adventure. So he will always hold a fucking special place with me for giving me a chance on day one. Perfectly Imperfected and staying, by the way. Perfectly Imperfected Dollar Tree Grower, T1 Productions, Stank Grower, DOA Greenwood Meds. Weed Nerd probably in chat right now. Shout out to you, DOA. Hopefully you are fucking feeling pretty good, my friend. Feeling better, getting back on top, my friend. I grew some. Miss Nudie Groves, man, it was a pleasure holding it down with her last Sunday. Man, she's a great, positive gal in the community, and it is always my pleasure to speak with her. Johnny Cannaseed, love on a pillar in my community, and I'm sure in many others, but it is a pleasure to get to know him and know that he is here in my chat behind the scenes, being an amazing guy as well. If you're not following Johnny Cannaseed, you really should be. One amazing guy right there. Nutrient Shootout, Snotty, Nikki, Zoe and Slammer NNY, Pixel Monkey, St. Bernard's Observation Booth. Oh, some old true weed nerds right there. Weed nerds for life, as I'm sure we all say. Can't wait to see you again. Automation is freedom. Again, who else we got here? High Spy was in chat. A pleasure to see you. Aldridge 25. Again, 25. His birthday. Happy birthday, brother. Miss Madam T, another one I haven't seen. Well, I seen her yesterday. I think I just didn't get a chance to comment quick enough back to her, but always a pleasure, Miss Madam T. Mr. Smile in chat in on the screen. Robert, who we got here? Hello and welcome, Mr. Robert. Robert, Mr. Green Fingers Thomas. Thank you for stopping by and welcome to the chat, my friend. Back to the shout out. Stu Moo Mo Grower, the Cannon Crate. Mr. Low-Key Gardens. Sess, this guy 79 Burton. Be here on the 19th, I believe. Polish Hammer, Midwest Outlaws 31, Voodoo Ultras, Fresno Nerds. Wolverine Grower, Big Jar Grows, Lay Wayback Farmer, Jimmy One for Life, D Block, MMP Nations Creations. What else we got here? Let's see to here. I'll listen to that cover, Heart Shaped Box. What the hell? Witchy Weekends with Amber Lalana, Chicha B, and Madam T, Little Witch Tilly, Peppa Faye, Stone Dandy Jacob, and Lily Luna. So many others there. Check out their great content. Sundays, 4 o'clock on Amber Lalana's channel. Witchy Weekends. 5-ish for the after party. Usually walks you up to Jack's show. Growing with my fellow home growers. And if I didn't shout out Twisted Roots in the Weed Church tomorrow. Frequency Fridays. Do you even roll, bro? Check you out, Tristan. The Psychedelic Warlock on Instagram. Artist LD, Sir Sticky Rob, Big Dave 420, Brent Wendell, Big Ed, Manuel Waddy, G3, J&K Triple G, The Green Click, Mr. Sprinkly, Miss or Mrs. I'm not quite sure. Brittany Teasley, Hope Farms, Ellen Hope, Lisa G, John, Be Too Crazy For You, BGWG 420. Amazing Michigan grower and gentleman right there. Dr. Budsville, Purple Thumb OG, Arturo, Sensimilia, Misty's Nuts, so nice. She's so nice. I always say it twice. She's always an awesome lady. We're talking today about what a great lady she was and missing her presence in northern Michigan. Just a Face 420, Beast Grower 420, Sir L. Howe, Slur Howe, however you'd like to say it. Great gentleman right there. And love seeing him in chat. Trey Valone, Keep It Real. Danner 1620, Haggerton 420, Zeb Zeppelin, Audit Everywhere, BTWD Grows. Bingus, Green Puffin Man, Alex Boykachev, Chef Life School of Crop, cause I love it. I don't know why I do it every time, by the way, if you don't see it. Green Mountain Grower, Southwest Okie, Reels 100, 212, Andy Man, Miranda Family Farms, again, Haggerton 420, Page Farms, Me All Flower, Ryan Henderson, Light 1978, New Sailboat Winds, Kingdom Aquaponics, that's Leighton Morrison, Indra, Michigan native, Mary Jane's Meds Gardens, Dreamer 77 Double D, Bad Bunny Nutrients, Mr. Green Pop, Mr. Green Nugs from 619 to 664, Spaniard Kruger, Jones and DeGrow, Papa G Grows, Raz, Amy, Dro Grows, Sass, the Grow From Your Heart podcast. That is, of course, Ross and Jeff, Lily Luna, Green Med Flock, Jeremiah Miranda, Stony Creek Lost Art, Mr. No One, Jones and 2 Grow, Smith Dude, LG 420, Giant Mike, Prometheus Soil and his wife. Again, pleasure to meet you guys again today and spend some time with you guys. It was a great day up here in northern Michigan, hanging out with some great people in this here community. Jason Eyestone, P. Wynn, David Colby, and last but not least, Wheatus 207, Jake McDizzle. Hopefully I said that right. What's up and good morning and welcome to you, my friend. I need to put those 2 names in my shout out book. Twisted Roots, there he is. There's my Twisted. I have to extend my deepest apologies, brother. They didn't have any t-shirts when I got there, brother. Or could I find them anyways? But if I could have found them, they were definitely on my must-get list. Trust me, Twisted, if I could have found him, I would most definitely hooked your ass up. And he put Robert, that's the other name, Robert, Mr. Green Fingers. Why you guys rock out to this here? Mr. Green Fingers Thomas. Almost forgot that. Didn't forget the Thomas part. Jeez, Dink McDizzle. Oh, sorry, brother. You guys are officially in the shout out book. Thank you. Welcome. Sorry that you're just catching up on the last end of this. I know, Twisted. I wanted one too. Trust me, I wanted one too. Thank you guys very much for tuning in this somewhat late episode. I'm trying to get more back on the 11:30 mark for you guys. Get some restore some on the mark for you guys. But again, Monday will be a delayed episode, just as I said, to kind of bend around some content to smooth things out for you guys. But check me out tonight. Mr. Castadian Grown hopefully will be with me tonight during this Sunday episode. You guys have an amazing day. Again, your Sunday layout as far as in my eyes, Twisted Roots, We Church, Witchy Weekends with Amber Lalana and that great crew there. Chicha B, Manatee, hang out here, and I'm always proud to see their names in this chat. Great people. Check them out. 4 o'clock, 5-ish for the after party. That should take you up, of course, to Jack Greenstock and the growing with my fellow home growers. My favorite gentleman here, the American one, will be there somewhere in chat, behind the scenes. Ow! Damn it! Michigan Bros Grow Show if you're into that sort of thing, and then of course me at 11:30 to walk you back down to that early morning Monday. Thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate you guys 100%. Don't forget to do something nice for somebody. Please. Random acts of kindness do save lives. They've saved mine more than one time as I picked my face up off the ground. I try to repay it when I can. Thank you very much. But you guys, I feel your guys is every night when you tune in and click that button. Thank you guys so much for following on me along on this journey and all the great people that do hang out here. This is the end of your journey for tonight. Get some rest. This is the beginning of your day. Get out there and kick some ass. Most of all, be positive. And I'll catch you tonight. Or I'll see you in chat probably all day. Probably see you in chat. It is Sunday after all. Thank you guys. Peace. I love you.